Here it is, in all its glory. MTG and BG3, is it my birthday? It is. Big word educational stream, we could do that one, we'll see about it after this. There are a good number that shouldn't be on there, you think? So, I made one change to this on the left-hand side here. I kept all of these how they appear in Tier Maker, because this is somebody else's list. But down here, it had written, they wrote braids. They wrote braids in the green, and I decided to write Y. Like Y, you know. So, first things first. What is the commander ban list supposed to be? I'm big on first principles. What are you trying to do? Did you succeed? Right. I'm big on stuff like that. So if you take it from the rules committee and the format of commander, what is it supposed to be? It is clearly stated, like in no uncertain terms, not supposed to be a competitive format. And they don't do bans to help or harm, like, the competition of the format or anything like that. They just don't. They do bans for format warping stuff as they see it philosophically for a social, casual, multiplayer format. Which means you don't get a lot of numbers. It's a lot harder that way. It would be way easier, in fact, to balance things if they only cared about competition, because then you could just look at the tournament statistics, and that's easy. Oh, 88% of decks are playing Jace the Mind Sculptor with 3 Jaces in the sideboard. Well, we should probably ban Jace, right? In a casual format, 88% of decks are playing with Arcane Signet. Should you ban it? No. Alright. It's harder. Necessarily. And it's harder, I guess, on purpose, because that's their idea for it. And unfun things, you thought. Yeah, things that lead to undesirable play patterns. As the general community feels, in a way. Supposedly it's not really power level. Power level is like one of the things. But it's not... Just being the most powerful card in the world won't get you banned. Because otherwise Sol Ring would be banned. If they banned on power level, then Sol Ring would be banned. But instead, not only is Sol Ring banned, it is the poster child representative card for the entire format. And I think they have done that on purpose. It's to let people know that whatever you individually want for Commander, it's a casual, social, multiplayer format that lets you play with Sol Ring, right? And that they don't only ban for power level. I can't remember what Sheldon said years ago. I don't know if he still stands by it, but one of the things he said was, we don't just ban for what a card does. We ban for what a card does to the format. Okay. Like, what does it do to the game, right? Ban Command Tower, game design is easy. Ban Dockside, yeah. Pretty sure they also say that the ban list isn't supposed to be comprehensive. It's designed to have a place and start a conversation with your playgroup. Yeah, the word for this is exemplar. The ban list can... not every card on it, but most/many of the cards on it should be seen as exemplar bans. What does this mean? It means this is an example, perhaps the most powerful example, or perhaps the most famous example of something that you probably don't want to be doing too much. And so here, let me give you guys an example real quick. and many of you know this because you're Magic players. Here's Prophet of Crufix, right? This isn't where I think she is, I'm just bringing her out. Prophet of Crufix is basically Seedborn Muse, except better. And so, she's banned, Seedborn Muse is not. Does this mean you should play Seedborn Muse in all of your decks? Well, it means that you are allowed to, but there might be a little friction there. It's a warning. It's not saying you can't do it. It's just issuing you a warning. Or here's Balance, okay? You can play Balance. It's illegal. Can you play Armageddon? Armageddon is similar to Balance, and Armageddon's not banned. But if you do, you might find some friction in an unknown metagame. Like you walk into a store and you're like, let's all play Commander. And your deck is filled with 11 copies of slightly worse balances all the way down. It could be that your opponents wouldn't like that. But the cool thing about Commander is once you have a group of people that you play with regularly, you could ignore everything. You have to have a basic structure so that there's a game at all. So that total strangers can walk into a store or meet up at a convention or whatever and play basically Commander. Once you have a group, I have a group of Commander that I play with whenever I leave the house once every 3 years, of former Magic grinders, my old team, plus some other guys. And we ignore as many of the ban list as we care to. Because the ban list is there as bumper bowling. You know, it's guidelines. Know the rules, and then you can break the rules. Which ones are bending, which ones are breaking, you know. And so we have Commander decks with Chaos Orb in them, and Channel, and, you know, all the rest. If we want. Everybody has like one of those, and then normal ones, right? Lemon on Rye thinks it's the tier 1 for 34 months. Which would the One Ring be an example of? A good card. It's a card that goes in, since it's an artifact, it can go in any deck. It fogs you for 1 turn, which is strong, and then it taps for drawing a bunch of cards, which is strong. You pay life to do so, and maybe it'll kill you eventually, but drawing cards and fogging is really good. Card's amazing. I could imagine decks that it probably shouldn't be in, maybe, but, you know, if money's not an issue, you'd probably just toss it in. Shit's good. Might get you killed, but it's a good card. It's fun. You should check Commander Master prices. A lot of staples dropped below $10. Good, good. Keep reprinting them. Keep doing it. My ideal state for Magic the Gathering, if we're given the crown, you know, the crown of power, and then we just like decide what happens. And that's every Magic card in the world. There's a really shitty, ugly version that's $10 or less. Every card, no matter what. Gaia's Cradle, $10. You know, Dockside, $10. And just a card doesn't ever get more expensive than that. It just can't. For something, because it's printed so much. Like the Ultimate Chronicles. But then there is sweet, good, cool version that you can pay $1,000 for, or however. They can get as expensive as modern cards are today, right? And so nobody's hard locked out of playing any card because of money. But if you want that collection and you want that secondary market, then you can still pay a lot of money and get awesome looking stuff that's rare. Except for the reserve list, of course, because they made a promise and they should keep it. And so reserve list, obviously, not part of that. Because you can't be going back on your promises a 5th time, Wizards, but whatever. You're torn because you like listening to Heywoah break down game tactics, but Magic is behind you. Don't worry about it. It's a short segment. It's a short 1 hour segment. Don't worry. That's why you dislike the no reprint list. I love the no reprint list. It makes sure my incredibly valuable cards stay valuable. And they act as my retirement fund. I just don't think we should be adding to it. And we need to be reprinting everything else way more. Just into the ground, right? Until every card's like $10 or less. No matter how good. We could use your previous... Yeah, we could use your previous Magic knowledge. Anyway, where do we start? We have obvious bans. Extremely deserved. Deserved. Unban. And why? What about this? How do you like this one? Extremely deserved, questionable, snap unban. How about that one? Your mind is slipping. Which card is the guy just staring forward? That would be Ancestral Recall. Painted by Mark Poole. Draw 3 cards. Actually, target player draws 3 cards. Instant for 1 blue. Arguably the most powerful card ever printed. And it was in the first set before they really knew what they were doing. Which is why you get a lot of the most powerful cards ever printed in the first set before they really knew what they were doing. Because there hadn't been a collectible card game before then, really. The cheap version of Ancestral Recall is drawn by Mark Pooh. Do you mean Ancestral Visions? It was. They got him to draw it, I think. If I IRC correctly. Anyway. Obvious bans. Well... what do I use as the first obvious ban? Since it's right here. You can't have Ancestral Recall. One of the things they said was they don't want Commander to be vintage light, and so you gotta ban all this stuff. Black Lotus, Moxen, no fun allowed. You know. Should we do these in order? Where's the red one? There we go. Well, it's Commander. So this is probably the order. No, wait, Dockside is a card now, so it goes like this. Time Walk, obviously. These require little description because they're so obvious. Like you ban the vintage cards. The most egregious, overpowered cards ever made. Like, for instance, if there wasn't a mono symbol on this card, you would put all of these in monocolor decks. You would put Mox Ruby in a mono white deck if you could, right? Like they're just so good. They're very fun to play with. I play 93, 94. But yeah, too good. Actually, if we're talking about Commander, it's probably like this. Resources are too strong, but this isn't really in, I guess, in any sort of order. What else is an obvious ban here? Get deflecting swatted. Deflecting swat, huh? Their CMC is hilarious. Yeah, take an extra turn for 2. The next cheapest one is 5, but it's still probably too good. What's another one people always put in the obvious ban place? Oh yeah, cards that run counter to the entire point of Commander, the format. Caracas. Here's a legendary land, it taps for a white, or it taps to return a legendary creature to its owner's hand. This is kind of like antithetical to the philosophical concept of Commander itself, right? So this is, to me, an obvious ban just due to the nature of the format. Also, so there's the you can never have your Commander out thing because everyone just Karaxes it, but also it would be really good to return your own Commander as well. In fact, that might be the better part of it, even. So that's fine. Shahrazad. Shahrazad is more important to not have in the format than these, I think. Well, no. I'll do this. Subgames, just say no. Technically what you do with Shahrazad, because I have played against Shahrazad before in tournaments. There were some no-ban list tournaments that I've been in the past, and people brought Shahrazad to it. What you do is you concede the subgame immediately to save time. That's what you do. You concede the subgame, you lose half your life, and you proceed in the main game. So what Shahrazad really says is white, deal 10 damage. But for people who don't know that, or before word got out, you just can't be playing subgames in a multiplayer 4-person game. What a nightmare. Get out of here. Obvious ban, and no question. So it's actually not that good. No, it's not that good. It just leads to supremely miserable play patterns. Which is also a reason why they ban things. They don't necessarily only ban things for power. In fact, sometimes they ban cards that aren't even really that good. They just lead to toxic gameplay. Like sub-games, for instance. Shahrazad isn't really that good. You cast Shahrazad in Commander, and someone loses 20 life, and that's it. You know, would you play a card for 2 that halved everybody's life? Probably not. I mean, Pox exists. That's 1/3 of everyone's life. So, like, power level, not necessarily, but just, like, so annoying that it's not okay. Your office pod was bitching about biorhythm being banned. You told them they don't know the terror they are avoiding. What else is in the obvious section here? Maybe I should just go one at a time. These are all obvious, okay? And so there wasn't going to be much discussion about it. But I bet moving forward we get to some discussion about the rest. So we'll just do them in order and then we can put them all in different places. The anti-cards are not on this list. I don't see Winds of Chaos. I don't see Contract from Below. I don't see Jeweled Bird from Arabian Nights or blah blah blah, all the different anti ones. But they would go in the obvious bans. We don't play Magic for anti anymore. It's not 1996. Or even before that. And so the anti-cards being banned is perfectly legitimate. That's fine. Now we have Tolarian Academy. This is a legendary land. It taps to add 1 blue to your mana pool for each artifact you control. That's obviously ridiculous. Considering there are lands that tap for 2 that are $50, $100. Because that's so strong, right? And in Commander it is as well. Considering that it's tapping for the best color, which is blue, and considering that it cares about the number of artifacts you have, which is very easy to get a lot of in Commander. A lot of people playing Arcane Signets and Soul Rings and Mana Crypts and Mana Vaults, and all the Signets and all the Talismans, and even Artifact Land if you wanted that. Treasures exist. People Comfy, good point. Yeah, there are treasures now. This is an absurd Magic card. Obviously too strong. Probably the best mana producing land ever made. Next to I guess, workshop, we'll say. In lower powered games, Tolarian Academy is less strong, but I don't even think it's less strong, I just think it's slower. At CEDH tables, everybody has 2 or 3 artifacts out, generally by the end of turn 2. In casual or average tables, that is slower, but it's still entirely too strong. Extremely deserving. And obvious. I would almost put it into an obvious ban, I think. To me, it's past extremely deserved, and it's into the you ban it before it even is in the format. You might remember this because they made a cycle of these. There's Sarah's Sanctum for white, which taps for a white per enchantment you control, which you can get way fewer of faster than artifacts, but in a dedicated Enchantress deck, Sarah's Sanctum is actually quite overpowered. Not ban-worthy, but quite OP. And then there's Gaia's Cradle, which is probably stronger than Tolarian Academy in the average play group of Commander. But far weaker in like far weaker in like competitive tables, we'll say. You're here to claim the 100,000 throne, Ortiz. Thanks for the bits. I wonder what I put the image as. We'll have to see. Bits. Oh, thanks for the bits. 4,300 bits? Dude, that's a lot of bits. How many bits is that? Is that $43? Thanks for the $43, dude. I should have put like a funny hype firework thing with 43 burgers worth of bits coming up. Thanks a lot, dude. I appreciate it. What's the emote that I put at 100k? Because I did these a long time ago. The card Tolarian wasn't initially banned, if you remember correctly. Yeah. I think what I said, maybe I just meant it and I said something else, is that this is the kind of card that you preemptively ban, I think. Oh, it's the bench? Okay. It's the Benchmaster. But yeah, obvious ban. Not too much to say about that one. You reap. Oh, the Heywoah Chad. Hit the explosion. I got it. I got you. Huge. That's professional comic book artwork there, Arterius. Please enjoy. Congratulations. And thanks for all the bits. I love bits. Huge. Next up on the list we got Prophet of Crewfix. Costs 5. Its power and toughness, I still don't know to this day. Doesn't matter. Could be a 0/1 for all I care. Untap all creatures and lands you control during each other player's untap step. Also, you may cast creature spells as though they had flash. So, what does this do? This is kind of like a card that gives you an extra turn every turn forever. So on your turn, you untap all your stuff, you draw your card, you play your cards, and then you pass the turn. And then on your opponent's turn, you untap all your stuff, and you can play creatures and spells and do whatever. So you play your turn. You play more than half of a turn on your opponent's turn at a table of 4 people, which is a gruesome hogging of the time of play. And this is very, I think, is this extremely deserved or just deserved? Because it certainly deserves to be banned. This is the kind of Dirtling, Solitaire, everybody watch me play. I take an extra turn every turn forever. After 4 people have gone once, you have gone 4 times, kind of everything is about me. Spinning your wheels, play ever. What does Seedborn Muse do? Untap all creatures and lands you control during each other player's untap step. But you can't play your creatures as though they had flash. Actually, is Seedborn Muse only lands, or is it lands and creatures? I actually can't remember. I think it might be both. But you can't play your stuff as though it had flash. So Seedborn Muse is... it's close. It's getting there. It's approaching everybody watch me play for the entirety of this whole game, you know. But at least you can't be casting your creatures. So it's like a third of a turn instead of 3/5 of a turn or something like that. So I consider this one to be a little bit of an exemplar ban. Don't take an extra turn every turn for the entire game, and force everybody to watch you play non-stop forever. There's an amount of time generally in the game, and most players generally should roughly about be spending the same amount of time playing the game. Ish. Okay? Guidelines. I think deserved. It's also in the color combination, blue-green, that's already on the watch list for wasting everyone's time, with the longest turns ever. So, I don't know, man. If this card was like red or something like that, there's not much even that they could do necessarily, but... I'm between extremely deserved and deserved. I think I'll put it in deserved, and then maybe when we start putting stuff around, we'll see. But it's nowhere close to questionable. A very good ban here. And even as an exemplar ban. I don't play with Seedborn Muse, for instance. Even though it really should be in one of my decks. Because I don't want to be hogging all the time at the table. It's why I don't play with extra turn cards. Because I don't want to be hogging all the time at the table, generally. My decks that I make are gross, dirtily value engines. I'm spinning enough plates as it is without taking more than 1 turn every sequence. So, for the sake of everybody else's sanity, I'll keep it to 1 turn. With great restraint. Hot take, Prophet of Kruvix is how a good version of Commander might work. If you wanted to sit around and watch 3 other players play a game while waiting for your own, you'd play a good board game. You mean like, so everybody has a Prophet of Kruvix in their like emblem zone or something? And so every time a turn passes, everyone untaps all their stuff and just plays on everybody's turn? That's what you would like for Commander? It's also on top of being a green-blue deck. Yeah, being in green-blue makes it worse, for sure. It's in the color combination that's already getting the wrap on the wrist for that as well. Next up, we got Balance. What does Balance do? It costs 2. It is splashable. For, what is it? Creatures, lands, and cards in hand? Everyone equalizes those. So if someone... whatever the smallest amount is. So let's pretend somebody has 2 lands, no cards in hand, and no creatures. That means everybody sacrifices everything until they're down to the minimum. You very often in the past comboed this with a bunch of cards. Zoran Orb comes to mind, a bunch of other stuff. But basically what this does is this destroys everyone's creatures, makes everybody sack most of their lands, and makes everyone discard most of their hand. It brings the game all the way back to turn 2, generally. Maybe 3, sometimes 0. except they don't have any cards in their hand. Extremely deserved. Yeah, limited resources style stuff is also kind of philosophically simply against the concept of commander, and the concept of commander is social, casual, battle cruiser magic. And so everybody discards their hands and sacrifices 12 land and gets back down to 3 or 2 or 0 or 5 or whatever. No. The opposite of what commander is supposed to be about. So it's a fine, extremely deserved ban. Balance is the kind of card really fun in 1v1. Love me some balance. I play it in 93, 94. Funsies multiplayer format. Get it out. Yawgmoth's Bargain. This is an enchantment, cost 6. Skip your draw step. Pay 1 life, draw a card. Arguably one of the strongest card draw effects ever made. From a sheer it hits the table and you instantly win kind of thing, you know? A lot of stuff lets you instantly win, to be fair. But 6 is relatively cheap as far as commander is concerned. It is possible to cheat enchantments into play, though that's much harder than a creature. And you drop it and draw 23 cards and win. I will say extremely deserved. It's less extremely deserved than Balance. If Yawgmoth's Bargain was unbanned, it would be a better game than if Balance was unbanned. That's for sure. Because at least this, you just win. You just win the game. Gotta win somehow. But yeah, this is brutally overpowered. For sure not okay. Next up, we have a very common question mark card. This is probably going to be the first, contentious one, maybe. This card is called Biorhythm. It costs 8, okay? 8 mana sorcery. Each player's life total becomes the number of creatures he or she controls. Which, let's say you were doing nothing to police how many creatures were out, you just cast it at a random point in a random game of Commander. This would mean that you cast Biorhythm, and the average player has probably 3 or 4 life, and then everyone dies. I have no idea why this is banned. I like to give the rules council the benefit of the doubt, and I'm able to see from their perspective on a lot of stuff. In fact, I see there's a lot of controversial hot takes I have where I'm agreeing with the rules council and everyone else seems to be disagreeing with them. But here I don't understand. Someone good at the economy has to tell me what the problem is with an 8 mana cost sorcery that doesn't win you the game, really. Puts everybody at low life. The shit costs 8, man. I think, here's my guess, if I had to guess. The Rules Council doesn't like one card winning out of nowhere from nothing. They've said this. They don't like one card winning out of nowhere from nothing. As in, you didn't do any setup, you didn't build your deck in a certain way, you didn't, you have to put a thing for haste out so that it's just you top deck Biorhythm and you win the game. Except you don't. It just puts everybody really low. You could destroy all creatures and kill everyone, right? You could Wrath of God into Biorhythm, I guess. And die. Maybe you play with only indestructible creatures or something, and so that's what you do. If you play with absolutely 0 creatures in your deck, well then you probably run counterspells, so I don't know what the problem is. I have no idea what's wrong with this card. Craterhoof costs 8. You're not winning out of nowhere, because you can't win with Craterhoof without creatures already in play on your side, so that's true. But I have no idea why Biorhythm is banned. I don't get it. If I had to enter the spin zone, I'd say that maybe they're using it as an exemplar spell. Like the kind of top deck it and you win card, and say don't play cards with it, you top deck them out of nowhere and win. But I don't think that's... Maybe they just chose the wrong card for that, because this card doesn't do that. You top deck it out of nowhere and cast it, and everyone's almost dead, on average, but not, okay? If you were going to exemplar ban a card that you top deck and just win from nothing, then ban Tooth and Nail, right? A single card that you cast and you win the game from no board state or anything that costs about 8. Tooth and Nail's 7, 9 for Entwine. Then I'd probably ban Tooth and Nail for a exemplar ban. But also no one plays Tooth and Nail anymore because it shit's old and really expensive. And the current win con of choice in competitive EDH is Time Vault. Sorry, not Time Vault. Same mana cost, though. Same mana cost. Time Vault for 2 and Voltaic Key for 1. Well, Thassa's Oracle, Demonic, same mana cost. 2 cards. But that's 2 cards. You have to assemble both of those cards. That's hard. And also, they don't bounce for competitive, so that's fine. But yeah, I don't know what Biorhythm is doing here. It doesn't even win. And if it does win, who cares? It costs 8. Choose a different tentpole, I guess, exemplar card that wins out of nowhere card, I guess. I don't know. You think it's that it functionally requires you to have a lot of creatures to not be in the danger zone? I think even if you do have a lot of creatures, you're in the danger zone. 10 creatures is a lot of creatures. Yeah, people have tokens and stuff, but still, 10 is a lot of cards out. You have the City's Blessing, just from creatures. And Biorhythm still puts you within, enough life to probably die. And if you're not playing any creatures in your deck, that's a choice. Then you probably have counterspells. Because if you've only been not casting creatures up until that point of the game, I don't know, what are you doing? Enchantress? They actually have a ton of creatures now. Who doesn't have any creatures in Commander? Like 0. Or maybe 2 or 3. I guess I'm thinking out loud. What's the archetype? Not just the deck, but what's the archetype that plays no creatures and also no counterspells? And also will let you get to 8 entire mana and hardcast Biorhythm. I actually can't... I really can't think of anything. I don't know. Yeah, I don't see this on a power level. I don't see it on an exemplar level. I don't see it on a play pattern level of, creating toxic situations. I don't see it from a warping the format level. Every green deck in the world isn't going to start playing this thing. Super Friends? Super Friends has a ton of creatures out. Because every other Planeswalker they play creates 3 tokens on the +1. And they got a chump block for their Planeswalkers somehow. It's possible they might not have any. They could be the type of Super Friends that, in this specific instance, happens to not have any Planeswalkers that have played creatures. Or maybe they just Wrath of God every turn. But, I don't know. If you're playing Super Friends and you're Wrath of Godding every turn, you kind of deserve to lose to Biorhythm. I think the people would rejoice. Super Friends decks famously have just, unnecessarily long turns, which everyone kind of grumbles about, generally. That's why I took mine apart. You've been catching up on Mass Effect 1 VODs, a good time. Thanks, Aeon Shix. I You know, I played Mass Effect 1 for the second time after 15 years or whatever. It was better than what I remembered it as. I remembered it as the clunky, kind of alright, nice start to Mass Effect 2 being way better. But actually, on revisiting it, it was much more charming with better world building than I gave it credit for. It was fun. That was a fun one. Anyway, I don't see why Biorhythm is here. I think the Rules Committee made sure to say that the things they listed were not a checklist for banning. It's just things they are thinking about that are important. Okay. And then like every YouTube video from Magic content creators after that moment literally used those as checklists to say that stuff should get banned. And so I'm not trying to do that thing. But I don't see what Biorhythm... I'm not even using it as a checklist. It's like it checks none of them, like 0. So I don't get it. I don't get it. Next up is Braids. Braids, I think Cabal Minion. There's been a bunch of different Braid types recently. Braids is, I think, a 3/3 for 4. Maybe a 2/3 or so, I don't know. A creature for 4. Double black. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player sacrifices an artifact, creature, or land. This is known as stacks, which is named after Smokestacks, a card for 4 that had the same effect. Every turn you have to sacrifice something. Also named after the $4,000 Solution, which was a deck named Stacks because it's 4K dollar. Okay, $ 4K S for solution. It like in elite speak, it's supposed to spell out stacks. Anyway, don't worry about it. This is ancient history. Braids a 2/2. Okay, a 2/2. That makes sense. So this is one of the most so Biorhythm is one of the popular ones that all the people want unbanned because they can't see a reason for it to be banned, and I mostly agree with them. Braids is another one that a bunch of people don't seem like they just don't understand why this is banned. But I think this is like the perfect card to ban for a casual format like Commander. Like Dark Ritual is legal in this format, right? I don't know. I'm not thinking about competitive tables because this is trash. I'm thinking about the average table. You're like, okay, turn 2, Dark Ritual, Braids, go. And then everyone's only land is sacrificed and then the game's over. Like that would happen a non-zero amount of times before the person would be socially pressured to just stop playing the deck. Okay. It's kind of like Turgid, only worse. So, miserable, toxic play experience, yeah. Format warping, not really. I don't think many people would try to play it. And so why would you unban it? What could the format gain from you unbanning this? Not very much. Just keep it here. If you want everyone at the table to hate you, just play Turgid. It's 1 more mana. You know, if you want to play a deck where 75% of your games are everyone ganging up on you from turn 1 onward, and never letting you resolve your commander or ever untap with it until you lose, so you don't have any fun and you don't get to play really. And then 25% of the time, you land your commander 1 time, untap, and when Death Cloud is on the stack, everyone concedes to you. If both of those outcomes are what like you want, then you should play Turgid, because you have that ability. to either do nothing or cause everyone to roll their eyes and scoop, which is kind of like what this style of exemplar deck is all about. I have a commander that everyone hates that if I untap with it, I instantly win and everyone complains. Okay. You generally think the original ban on biorhythm is because it undermines the reason why we started 40 life? You think it was just an early exemplar of those kinds of effects? Okay. Undermines the reason why we started 40 life. There's a sliver of an idea there, but it's not connecting in my head. I still don't get it. You know, we've had this Sphinx that sets people's life at 10 since 2011. You know? That old school stuff. They put commander damage in the game so that you could do 21 and kill people so that aggro would still be a thing. Compared it to Turgid and you don't get it. Mono black commander that when you play it, either you resolve it and the average commander group basically concedes the game because they lose, or you try to resolve it and everyone at the table stops you 2 or 3 times and then you lose having done nothing. So it's like it's a type of mono black commander like that. And so what exactly it does, this thing does a smokestack effect, right? So late game Braids is bad. She doesn't do anything, right? Like if you cast Braids and it's turn 10, basically no one cares. That's why Turgid is arguably better, right? It's because if you cast Turgid early, you instantly win if you get to untap. And even late game, if you cast Turgid and untap, you probably still win, right? Whereas Braids is like all in on one of us is having no fun, you know? Somebody. So I think this is fine as an exemplar. You can play commanders like this if you want, but you might have a poor time. And when you don't have a poor time, everyone else has a poor time, and there's like no in-between, generally. You didn't know Turgid was that good, you know both cards. I don't think Turgid is that good. It's just that miserable for the average Magic player. Same with Braids. Braids isn't particularly good. Like, yeah, you can Dark Ritual out Braids immediately. But if you cast Remove Soul on it, then you're not seeing it for another 4 turns. And then by then, her ability doesn't matter. So I wouldn't say this has much of anything to do with power level, necessarily. It's just kind of a miserable experience in the command zone. The Vampire Planeswalker who sets a player to 10, Sorin Markov, yeah. There was Sorin Markov and some Sphinx that I can't remember from Shards of Alara, I think. When it entered the battlefield, it set target player's life total to 10. And it maybe had an ability to put itself top 3 of your library or something. What was it called? It wasn't Consecration Sphinx. That was a different one. What was it called? This is ancient boomer Elder Dragon Highlander. Magister Sphinx, that's it, people company. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Ahem. Can you get I've played a dozen games knowledge moment? Red gotta go fast, green big monster, white control, blue say no, black zombies. Am I far off? Yeah, I would say you are far off. But those aren't terrible. Those aren't too terrible. Love me some Magister Sphinx in your Sphinx deck? Hell yeah, brother. Love Sphinxes. Don't like Drakes. Don't like octopuses, not racist, just don't like them. Biorhythm was banned in 05. When are these other cards printed? 1993 for all these. 94 for this, Arabian Nights. Actually, Arabian Nights was it Arabian Nights Antiquities? So this might have been 93 as well. This was Legends, so 94. This is Urza's. When was Urza block? 96? This was 93. This was Urza's, let's see. I'm trying to think. Urza's Legacy is the hammer, Urza's Saga is the wheels, and Urza's Destiny is the flask, I think, if I recall correctly. You think he meant the other life? Oh, you meant the other life-stealing cards. Okay. Way later. Magister Sphinx was, I believe, in Shards of Alara. And Soren Markov was in Innistrad, which was after original Ravnica. As late as 2010, but I think before that. You were out of Magic in 98 and didn't come back to Commander until Return to Ravnica? Nice. Oh, you're right, it was Zendikar, it wasn't Innistrad, for the original Soren Markov. Yeah, no, you're right, it was Zendikar. It was. Oh, the ancient memories. Anyway, Braids is not particularly good, but we don't necessarily just ban for power level. And Dark Ritual into it would be miserable for people. And the game and the format itself would not be terrifically improved by it being unbanned. And so we take the conservative choice and just not. And also it serves as an exemplar, so if you want to play Turgrid, have fun, but you might run up against some friction there. And other cards similar in the command zone. Zendikar was an awesome set. It was the best-selling set of all time, until the next one. It had expeditions, which were ugly as fuck. It had secret treasures that they put in the boxes, and you might get an Antiquities card. It had Landfall. It had Stoneforge Mystic. Jesus Christ. That shit was hot. Zendikar was good, man. That was a good one. You're busy playing Warhammer and not kissing girls? Damn, I was busy playing Magic and kissing girls. And now, I'm playing Warhammer and not kissing girls. What a strange path life takes you down, you know? Channel. All the way up top. Top rope for you. All the way up here. Double green sorcery. Until end of turn... it might not be until end of turn, I can't remember. Pay life, get colorless mana equal to the life you paid. It's a 40 life format. This card is broken and banned in 20 life formats, and now you have even yet more life to pay on one turn to get a turn 1 or 2 like Dark Ritual effect that gives you 30 colorless mana if you want. Like, ridiculous. Obviously it's banned. On a sheer power level spectrum, probably the most powerful green card ever. Should go there. Yes, I played in 93-94. Because I mean, how am I going to fireball people for 20 on turn 1 without channel? You gotta play channel fireball if you're playing 93-94, come on. Next up, we have another snap unban, obviously. But another exemplar ban, I assume, in Coalition Victory. This card costs 8, 1 of each color plus 3. So you have to be a 5-color deck with 8 entire mana, sorcery speed. If you control a land of each basic land type and a creature of each color, you win the game. So the easiest way to do this is if you have some triomes and dual lands or whatever, you probably have a land of each type. And if you have a 5-color commander sitting out there, and then you cast Coalition Victory, you win the game. And if no one responds by Swords to Plowshares-ing your guy, or counters this spell, or Ghost Quarters one of your lands, or doesn't let you get to 8, or a whole bunch of other stuff. It's a card that costs essentially $1 million, which is 8, and it wins out of nowhere, except it doesn't win out of nowhere. It's just fairly easy to set up what you're trying to set up. What they don't want you to do is top deck one card and win the game out of almost kind of nowhere. And so the Exemplar ban they've chosen for this is Coalition Victory, which is laughable. From a power level standpoint, this card sucks. It would win games for sure, but it's very interactable by every color. You can kill a land, you can kill the creature, you can counter the spell, you can do a lot of stuff, right? But it doesn't matter, they don't want you to do that. Once again, like Biorhythm, I think they've chosen a hilariously bad card to act as the Exemplar here. But I don't know, I think there's a level of expensive and kind of bad that it's fine to win the game if you draw it and play it. Now we're getting into personal opinions, I suppose. But I keep thinking about Tooth and Nail, which is maybe incorrect because they don't do why this card and not that card. But I feel like winning the game out of nowhere by casting an unbelievably expensive sorcery that has a lot of ways to interact with it. Maybe I just disagree with the rules committee. I think that's fine. I don't know. It's turn 14. Your 5-color deck has your commander out and all the lands. Everyone at the table has no interaction. Nothing that can get rid of anything. A creature, a land, no counter. Everyone's out. Everyone is hellbent. They have no cards in their hand. And you're like, Coalition Victory, got him. Okay. I don't know, man. It's turn 14 and everyone has no resources left. You gotta win somehow. I don't see the problem. It could have been Second Sunrise for the second time. It could have been Tooth and Nail with 0 creatures on the board. And then, hey, you get Avenger, Craterhoof and you win. Like, or if you wanted kick it old school, a little Triskelion action, right? Does a magic to win a Magic game? Inconceivable. Someone plays it once. Yeah. And then everyone watches your shit. Ahem. Is that a combo with balance? No. No, it's they don't interact too much. Balance, in fact, could ruin your Coalition Victory, but it's a sorcery, so you're not responding with a balance. Maybe you have a Vidalcan Orrery or a Leyline of Anticipation or something, and then you respond with balance. That would ruin the Coalition Victory. That would do it. But anyway, yeah, I feel like there's a class of Magic cards in the game that cost 8 and above that instantly win you the game from arguably nowhere. And there's a bunch of them, and I don't think they're a problem. I think they're fine. You gotta lose somehow. It's okay. But this is maybe just where me and the rules committee differ. This is banned, but not Divine Intervention. Yeah, because it doesn't win out of nowhere. It ties out of nowhere. I have a Divine Intervention, I think, somewhere in my closet from Legends. Giant enchantment for, I think, 8, actually. Double white. And comes with 2 time counters. You remove them on your upkeep, and when you remove the last one, the game is a draw. Which is funny. Next. Chaos Orb, this is one of the dexterity cards. These are all banned in every format. These are like anti-cards. They're just like, they're snap banned and everything. Even vintage and stuff like that. This one costs 2, and it has pay 1, and then flip it over 1 time from a foot of at least, from a height of at least a foot over the table. And if it lands on the designated card, it's destroyed. So essentially you pay 3 for it, and then you could fuck it up if you flip it wrong. Basically a Vindicate. You pay 3 to destroy target permanent. Except instead of flipping a coin, you're flipping the card. These are banned for dexterity reasons. Because, like, you can play Magic with no arms. Or if your arms don't work, or something like that. I went to a Legacy tournament one time with like 600 people in it. And there was a dude who had personal assigned seating every round at the end of one of the tables. And he was in a wheelchair and he couldn't use his arms. And he had an official helper who was holding his cards for him. And he would look at them and make decisions and designate what the helper would do and play Magic essentially for him. Because the ability to like physically hold cards and stuff shouldn't really be a barrier to play the game. And he was actually 6-0, undefeated. So get fucking wrecked, big brain. I think he got top 8, as a matter of fact. I don't think he won in top 8, but anyway, he was a nice guy. I talked to him while I was eating a hot dog at the concession stand, and his helper lady. Broly Legs energy, kinda. Actually, he was a much nicer person than Broly Legs in person. But look, the FGC, they kind of look. Shit talking is part of their culture, okay, and it's all in fun, even though sometimes it's not. Okay, it's fine. Anyway, Snap Unban. Snap Unban. Chaos Orb is part of Magic's history. There's this apocryphal story that I don't even think is true about ripping it up that one time, and it's a famous card. I played in 93, 94 old school format all the time. We have rules for it. You have to designate one card for it to destroy, not other ones. You have a little bit of game of chance there. You practice it. And the shit's fun. And I think it should be Snap Unbanned. And if anyone has a disability, when they cast Chaos Orb, they officially simply succeed. I'm fine with it. To me, this is an easy compromise. If you really have a disability and you want to play Chaos Orb, write it in the official rules. 100% success chance. It just works. And everybody else with arms and legs and stuff like that, we gotta practice. That's fine. I just want to play with this shit. So, Snap Unban with one rule amendment, such that if you actually can't properly do it because of some disability, then you just auto-succeed, and I don't care. It's Commander. There's another dexterity card. I don't even know what it does, but we'll just ban it. It doesn't have the heft, the chutzpah of this one. All right, Falling Star, I think is what it's called. WotC does not want to have people prove disability. No, obviously not. But this isn't WotC. Commander is a casual format, not tournament sanctioned. It's not a competitive format, so it doesn't need to care about shit like that. You know, Commander is Age of Sigmar. We don't have to write into our rules about anything like that, and so it's fine. Next, Emrakul, the Aeons Torn. Personally, I would Snap Unban it. But that's how I like to play with the people that I like to play with. And we do have it unbanned in my group, because that's what you do. The ban list is the ban list is a good starting point to playing Magic with who the fuck ever. But if you have your own group, you can do whatever you want. It's Dungeons and Dragons. Well, it's not quite Dungeons and Dragons, but anyway. So yeah, I think it's fine. You're obviously not paying 15 for it, although you really are in a lot of ramp decks, and also Enchantress, and also anyone with Cabal Coffers, and also anyone with Gaia's Cradle. And some particular, it depends on how many cards are in everybody's hand, if you're a red deck or something like that. Certain board states of Dockside. Okay, actually, you are hard casting it a lot of the time to get that extra turn. But you're also cheating it into play a lot of the time, too. You're not reanimating cheating it, usually. But, yeah, I don't think this is a problem. It's immune to targeted removal, but you can Wrath of God and it goes away, so I don't see the big deal. In Timmy and Tammy's table, for the majority of, like, all of Commander players all over the place, I'm gonna say it's questionable. People hate Annihilator. They have a Swords to Plowshares. They can't get rid of it. I think a lot of casual tables are playing a bunch of Wrath of Gods, though. People hate extra turns. Technically, the best part about it is that it gives you extra turns. In Legacy, I used to tap Caracas and return Emrakul to my hand to take in infinite turns. The 2 or 3 times I happened to play Cloudpost at some random tournament. Shit was fun. I don't know, if you get 15, there's a lot of ways to win. You know? There's a lot of ways to immediately win the game. And this doesn't win the game, it just kind of kills somebody. Sets them back a lot. Anyhow, I'm putting it in questionable. Because I understand that I'm like a competitive player. Or a competitive-minded player, even though I'm retired. And so maybe the average gaming group can't handle this or something like that. But I think it's fine. Casuals hate the worst Eldrazi in your experience? Okay. I have some understanding of what casuals hate, but I don't have, like... No, I actually do have a lot of first-hand experience, but it's old first-hand experience. It's first-hand experience being in game stores playing Magic for 20 years, but not in the last 5 or 6, so maybe things have changed. Next we have Paradox Engine, and I'm putting it right next to this card here. As a, everyone watch me play for 20 minutes. But also by accident. Paradox Engine is one of those cards that they specifically mentioned, and I think this did happen, actually, is that you were, let's put aside the person who wants to make Solidarity, who wants to make Enchantress, who wants to make eggs in Commander. Who wants to play Seedborn Muse and every single extra turn card or something. They want to play all the Magic, and they just want an audience. They don't necessarily want other people there, right? That person loves Paradox Engine, and that's fine. But one of the problems with Paradox Engine is you put it in... You don't even have to put it in a Paradox Engine deck. You can be blissfully unaware of what's going on and just kind of like your average casual Commander pod. And you put Paradox Engine in your artifact deck because you think it's cool, and then you accidentally get board states that take 20-minute turns. Also. So... And it's colorless, so it goes in everything. I mostly agree with its banning, I think. It looks like Deserved is the category that so far is getting the hogging all the time at the table and everyone is forced to watch me jack off until they finally scoop kind of stuff. and then Extremely Deserved is, so far, instantly win the game with card draw that's just too strong and blow up everyone's lands. Okay. I don't know if the theme will continue, but there it is. It's a radioactive card. Its dangers fly under most radars unless you know its power. Yeah, I think that's another problem with it here, up here. Anyone working on some fun project tonight? Dude, I wish. I don't have the stuff for it. I don't have the stuff for it. And I can't turn on my light over there because those two lights are even hotter. And so I couldn't do any hobbying on stream. Next we have Irayo. This is a 1/1 flying creature for 2. 1 colorless, 1 blue, right? Whenever the 4th spell of a turn is played, flip Irayo. And she counts herself. So you have to play 3 other spells this turn. And it's not just you, it's any, right? So if 4 spells are played in a turn, she flips. And she becomes counter the first spell played each turn by each opponent. So you can imagine the kind of commander deck you would build out of Irayo. Alright, turn 1, I'm gonna play a land. And then Chrome Mox. Alright, Irayo. That's 2, and then 2 artifacts for 0 that don't do anything, she flips. And now the first spell played by every opponent every turn is countered automatically. And that's like the goal. I've played against Irayo. And I don't think it's as bad as people think, having first-hand experience against it. In general, if you're trying to turbo Irayo, if you're trying to get Irayo out and flip her in the first few turns of the game, it means you have to fill your deck up with cards that are terrible. Just trash. Like Shield Sphere, Walking Ballista, or not Walking Ballista, Hangerback Walker, Phyrexian Walker, Ornithopter, just like 0 mana stuff, Gitaxian Probe, you know? You have to have a critical mass of cards that cost actual 0, and don't really do much if you're trying to flip her right away. And what I found is, generally if the blue player did that, for the first few turns of the game, people would just play a land and pass. And then they would cast 1 Ponder, which would get auto-countered. And then they'd Nature's Claim Irayo. And the blue deck would try to counter it, and then somebody else would counter that, and then Irayo goes away, and then everyone just moves on with their life. Most decks didn't find it very difficult to waste 1 spell a turn that was cheap. At least here and there, until they could get rid of Irayo somehow. And the whole table would kind of work together, because they just want that gone. So an Irayo deck being filled with a bunch of very weak, inexpensive cards, coupled with the fact that casting 2 or 3 cards a turn isn't terrifically hard for most EDH decks, and that everybody would work together to get rid of it, it really wasn't as bad as you might think. But that's like former Magic Grinder guys obsessed with value playing Commander against Irayo. If you put this in the wild, that's not okay. It's just as not okay as Braids. Because, I mean, Braids isn't that bad either, right? Alright, turn 1, land, go, next turn, Dark Ritual Braids, okay, force it. And now Braids cost 6, and the player has 2 mana. So 4 turns later, when they try to cast Braids, now everybody's got treasure tokens and fucking food everywhere, and clues from a tracker or whatever. It just doesn't matter, right? But that's like my experience. That wouldn't be the average experience, and unbanning it would probably not significantly improve the health of the format in any meaningful way, and so deserved. Deserved, but not as bad as I think probably people imagine from that. Unless you're one of those decks whose mana curve requires you to tap out every turn to cast one thing forever. Then then maybe that's bad for you. Also, there's a lot of uncounterable spells now, or spells that trigger an extra bonus thing on you casting them instead of just, like, resolving. And so counter everything doesn't necessarily counter everything so much. The second game I played against that Irayo, somebody fucking abrupt decayed it. I'm like, okay, you got me. Hey, that's a good one. Dude flipped his Irayo, I made a land drop, and then fucking Finn was like, just abrupt decay Irayo. He's like, yep, that works. Alright. What was the Judge Tower game thing you streamed? Irayo would be awesome in that. Yeah, because as printed on the card, they printed it wrong so it doesn't actually do anything. It's a command, not an effect, and so they had to errata it so that it was written correctly. Next up we have Fast Bond. Obvious ban. Second best green card ever printed, maybe, if you want to quibble about which one's better. It costs 1 green, it's an enchantment. You may play any number of land this turn. For every land after the first, you pay a life. Ooh, okay. So however many lands are in your hand, you just dump them immediately. And then your hand doesn't have any land in it, and then Fast Bond doesn't do much. Unless your deck is filled with a whole bunch of draw, which it is, and then you're just blasting land out, and maybe it's a combo, maybe it's not. It's simply too good at what it does. Creating humongous resource advantages is one of the things they don't like on their list. So, yep, that's true. Do I have Fast Bond in my 93-94 deck? The answer is yes. But it's not like as maybe in that format, it's not as crazy as people think. But it's still not okay. Also, works pretty well with Gush. The old draw 2 cards and instead of pay for it, you can return 2 lands to your hand. That's a combo. I'll return 2 lands to my hand to draw 2 cards for free, and then I'll play those 2 lands because of Fast Bond. Sounds good to me. Next up we have Flash. The only ban, I think this is the only ban that was done for competitive reasons. Like, the competitive CEDH community was, I mean, they rose up as one giant voice and said, can we please stop having to flash Hulk? Can we stop, please? And the Rules Council was like, normally we don't do this, but one time, sure. We'll save you from Flash Hulk. And so they banned Flash and unbanned Hulk. And that was probably deserved. That's good. It's also a forward-looking ban. Because if this is unbanned, then it's sort of like you're just kind of waiting for the next Protean Hulk style card that they print, and eventually it becomes a problem again, and now what do you ban that one too? And then eventually they print some other card that does some OP thing when it dies, and it's better to just get rid of the enabler, right? It's a Walking on Glass card. Yeah, except with Protean Hulk being legal, it wasn't walking on glass, it was like shattering it with every boot fall. So just get out ahead of it. Get rid of it. So one time they went out, they did a solid to the competitive CEDH community, and they're like, we'll ban Flash for you. Because 0 casuals were playing Flash, that's for sure. Recently, a lot of people want to ban, what's that lady? Hold on, this actually matters. Time Vault, obvious ban, right? Fits in every deck because it's an artifact. It costs 2, and then you get one of several 1-mana artifacts, and you gain infinite turns from that. It's so easy to assemble. It's colorless, it costs a combined 3 entire mana, so inexpensive, wins out of nowhere, 2 card, you know, it's too good of a win condition. Too generically, amazingly cheap efficiently good in all the ways. Currently, in CEDH, the way to win of choice is basically it's Voltaic Key Time Vault, basically. Except you can only play it if you're in blue and black. So instead of being an artifact that can go in anything and cost 3 total for a 2-card combo that wins from anywhere, if you're in blue and black, you can have a 2-card combo that wins for 3 mana out of nowhere and nothing that happened in the game before that matters. Apparently that's fine. I don't know if competitive players like CEDH people are bored of that or not. I'm not sure. Yeah, Thassa's Oracle and Demonic Consultation. I've noticed a whole bunch of people complaining about Thassa's Oracle that I'm very confident aren't really playing it, or playing against it maybe. I don't know. Like, how often do you see Thassa's Oracle in real life as a win con? I like never do, but I don't get out much. Is that shit just everywhere? Is everyone playing that? And I'm talking about real human beings in real life, not just like CEDH people on YouTube. I don't know. I don't have Thassa's Oracle combo in my decks, but it's not for any principled position, rest assured. I just think it's kind of a boring win con. It's like too easy. I want a little more... I want it to be a little harder than that, I think. So, I feel 2 ways about the Thassa's Oracle thing. One is, it just so happens to be the best win condition in Commander right now. And there is always a best win condition, and so if they... This is not a rhetorical question, because I actually don't know. Let's pretend tomorrow they ban Thassa's Oracle. What's the best win con in Commander now, after that? Do Commander players have one in the back pocket? They're just waiting, it's holstered, and they're just waiting to bring out the second best win con in all of Commander? Does anyone know what this is? Surely this is like maybe common knowledge among competitive players? Like, what would be the second best, I suppose? Does it cost 4 and it's a 2-card combo instead of 3 and a 2-card combo? Is it a 1-card combo but it costs 6 or something like that, so it's fair? Dear Heywoah, why are you not playing online Magic professionally? Because I used to for many years. And that part of my life is done. It's over. I'm chilling now. I'm a family man. Except I don't have a wife and kids. So I used to do that for a long time, but I don't anymore. And I haven't for a while. Approach, probably. Do you mean Approach of the Second Sun? That big white card? That white card for like 7 that you have to cast twice? And the first time it doesn't have to resolve, but the second time it does? Okay. Damn, I have Approach in one of my decks. Does that mean I'm accidentally playing the second best win condition in all of Commander? Shit. Accidental spike. Flash out Approach, easy game. Doomsday Labman. It was accidental. It was accidental. I didn't think anybody remembered what that card was. I'm like, dude, I got a great win con. I bet nobody's heard of this thing. I'm gonna cast that shit twice. And then I win, it doesn't matter what anybody else did. Perfect. Apparently it's a known quantity. Isn't it a top 15 white card? Oh, I have no idea. I guess I don't click on stuff like that, so I don't know. I don't look at the stats. I just play Commander and build decks and stuff. I don't know top 15 percentages or anything. I'm not aware of that. Well, okay, I feel two ways about it now. First of all, cool. If it is, then alright. Apparently I'm right in a certain way. But also, that's too bad because now I'm no longer a special snowflake, and that shit's getting out of my... Get out of here. I can't be playing... I gotta find a more hipster way to win. Where's my divine intervention at? Now you can just have fun at the virtual table babysitting our stupid decks. No, the decks are fun. Stupid has nothing to do with good or fun. You can be stupid and really good, right? There was a legacy deck called... what is it called? I think it was called 12 Post. That deck is stupid. It was stupid. But it was actually pretty good. Like it was hella stupid. But it would also, like, you know, turn 2 show and tell out a Primeval Titan, and then the very next turn would cast Emrakul more than once. The game would be over. So it's like, oh, alright. Yeah, that you're using Candelabras of Tawnos instead, like, that's stupid, but also terrifyingly powerful, depending. And against control decks, it would attempt to cast the same uncounterable spell 30 times until they finally lost from it. Anyway, next up. Next up is Gifts Ungiven. This card, very splashable, 3 colorless, 1 blue. Instant. Search your library for, and this is the important part, up to 4 cards with different names, and reveal them. Target opponent chooses 2 of those cards, put the chosen cards into your graveyard, and the rest into your hand, then shuffle. So there's 2 ways that you can use Gifts Ungiven. Technically 3. But no one would ever use this third way, so really there's just 2 ways. The first way is you find 4 cards with different names, that no matter what the opponent chose, you would always get the 2 cards you want, and then you would win the game. So, like, for instance, 2 cards that win you the game, and then Recoup and fucking Regrowth, or something like that. Or Noxious Revival. Or whatever, right? And so that the opponent really had no choice. The only thing they could choose was to force you to use a little bit more mana and jump through another hoop or 2 on the turn that you were going to win anyway. And this is instant, remember, so you're doing it end of your opponent's turn, and then you untap and super win. And the other way you used Gifts Ungiven is you wouldn't even look for 4 cards. You'd look for 2 cards. And you'd put them in the graveyard, right where you want them. So it's essentially a double Entomb for 4 in blue. And so you would do that. Your opponent would have even less of a choice than before. They didn't even have the illusion of choice with 2 of them. And then you untap and win with your 2-card combo. So it's a thing that you cast at the end of turn whenever you feel like it, whenever you have that amount of open mana and you think the coast is clear. EOT, Gifts Ungiven, untap, win. Similar kind of to Intuition. But opens up a lot more different ways to win, depending on what you're trying to do, because Intuition, you look for 3 specific things. 2 out of the 3 go into the graveyard, you want them there anyway, and then you end up winning somehow. It's cheaper than Gifts Ungiven, so it's better, but you can win in less interesting way. It would just be the second copy of Intuition. Competitive, like CEDH could handle Gifts Ungiven. 4 is a lot of mana nowadays, but it's still really good. It's basically, if you wanted 2 copies of Intuition, now you have it. The fact that it's instant is huge. CEDH could handle it. Casual people could not. If you think casting Demonic Tutor with no idea about what you should search for, and then watching the person search through a deck that they made it, but the way they're searching through it seems like they must not have made it. I don't know. And then find some card, and they're like, "Damn, maybe I shouldn't have cast Demonic Tutor." It's like, okay. Alright, now they're casting Gifts Ungiven on somebody else's turn, and they're looking for 4 different cards, and they have no idea what they're looking for, and everyone just stares at them for 5 minutes. In real time, and then they're shuffling up. So... I think Gifts Ungiven is, like, extremely obnoxious below CEDH, and above CEDH, it's probably not too good. It's just like another different intuition, but I don't know that the decks need such a thing. So I think this is just like deserved, and it's fine. It's fine to be on here. The third way that you use it, by the way, is to... oh man, I need a land. And so here's plains, snow-covered plains, dual land something, you know. You have all sorts of different names for everything in your deck, and you always make sure that there are 4 copies of each type of thing you could get, so you always get what you... and use it as like this really slow, really expensive, kind of awkward toolbox card, which is actually kind of fun. But I don't think anyone would seriously do that. They would just find combos with it to untap and win. And waste a lot of time. So probably deserved. But a low deserved, because I like this card, and I would for sure play it, and I would have a lot of fun. It's my kind of card. It's my kind of card, and I'd be happy if it was unbanned, but I understand why it is, and so that's fine. Golos. Alright. Everybody wake up. We're talking about Golos. Golos is probably the would you agree that Golos was the most controversial ban ever in Commander? I think I would, because I saw the outcry about it. This dude is a 3/5 or something for 5 artifact legendary creature. With when he enters the battlefield, not when you cast them, when he enters the battlefield, you search your library for any land card, put it on the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. You can pay 1 of every color plus 2 to exile the top 3 cards of your library and play them for free. He was my favorite commander. Probably my favorite commander card. Singular. I loved my Golos deck. 5-color Golos. So fun. The most fun I've had playing a commander deck ever. Loved Golos. He was absolutely correct to ban. And yet I am emotionally devastated that they made the correct, objectively right choice to ban him. Because he was so fun and I loved him, and I'm sad. And I've made a lot of decks out of that 5-color pile since, and nothing has come close to being as fun. Why was Golos deserving of... why did he need to be banned? Why? Because this is good for the format. He's potentially the most format warping single commander ever. And was getting worse over time. The problem with Golos is that he is a better commander than every single commander in the whole game for any color combination, no matter what. Except for maybe 10 of them. Probably. Like, even in a mono-color deck, like you have a mono-green deck, right? You have a mono-red deck. Think about a commander deck that you own, even a monocolor one. shuffle your commander into the 99, and then pull out any 2 cards. Put in the land that you can pay 5 to get 1 of every color. Put that land in, and Golos in the command zone. The deck is better. It's just better. And it's not only a little bit better, it's way better. Even your only way of producing all 5 colors is that single land that you'll search for with him. That goes for almost every deck on planet Earth for Commander. And as his play rates kept rising, I think more and more people were starting to realize that, and so that's why he had to go. It's because before long, more and more people would start to realize that Commander wasn't a game where you play a legendary creature as your general. It was a game where you played Golos as your general. And anything else you played besides Golos as your general, you were 95% wrong to do so. And the worst part is that you would be having more fun with Golo also. It wasn't just that it was like better, but who cares because I'm not competitive. No, you replace your general with Golos, and not only is your deck better, but it's more fun. And that was the hard pill to swallow. So extremely deserved. Maybe hot take. I had a Golos deck. It was so fun. But he was a better general than almost every other creature in the entire format. No matter the color. Which is nuts. If you do nothing but put 1 5-color land in. And that land is indestructible, by the way. Also, he undid command tax. We're adding to his sins now. Dude cost 5. He gets you a land. So as long as the next turn you play a land from your hand, if they killed him, you can always afford him again the next turn forever. Because when you play him, he searches for a land, and the next turn, if you have 1 in hand and play it, you always get the +2 forever. So it's like, in fact, killing him was often it would like ramp you if you were trying to kill. It was so good and so fun, but too fun. And so now we live in 1984, where there are 0 fun 5-color commanders, and Golos is in prison. Anyway, you would love to challenge me to an EDH game where you, with all the fresh new cards that have come out since, you want to see what you produce? The fresh new... What do you mean? What indestructible 5-color land are we talking about? I can't remember the name of the thing. Cascading Cataracts. That's what it is. This guy. So you take your mono red, your mono blue, your mono green, your 2-color, whatever the colors are, your 3 colors, whatever the colors are. Take almost any commander deck on planet Earth, put Cascading Cataracts in it, shuffle whatever the commander is into the deck, take out 2 cards, and then Golos in the commander deck, and it's better and more fun. Any color combination. So it's not okay for that sort of format warping concept. Even though I'm so sad because I can never have true fun again, but fun in Magic is earned, not given. True. Yeah, much like in life. Ahem. Oh, for Golos, you mean Rule 0 Golos and stuff? That'd be sick. Damn, that'd be so fun. Yeah, Rule 0 Golos would be really fun. I wouldn't even have to do anything. I would just take Garth out and put Golos in and change nothing else. And the deck would be better and more fun. I wouldn't even have to build around. That's the problem with him. Is that you don't even have to build around him. He's just already better than whatever you're doing. Like, I could make a customized Golos deck. Ooh, we're gonna interact with the stuff that Golos does. Don't even bother. Just just replace the guy that you're running and put this guy in, do nothing else, and it's better and more fun. Holy shit. Anyway, Golos Showcase. The true Golos Showcase is that everybody has to play Golos then. But the stipulation is, they take their favorite deck and replace the general with Golos and put Cascading Cataracts in. And nothing else. And so it'd be like Frank on the Rocks with a mono red deck, except with Golos. SG Arcade with a mono black, whatever, just Golos in there, you know. Me with some rainbow dirtily nonsense like I always do. And just everyone's playing Golos at the table. And I'm 5 color, 2 people are single color, you're 2 color, whatever, you know. That shit would be so... You won't believe how fun it is. It's dangerously fun. Golos is like cane sugar mixed with cocaine. It's really fun, but you secretly know it's bad for you. Speaking of cane sugar mixed with cocaine, but you secretly know it's bad for you, the guy I played, on average, the highest percentile in Legacy, it's Grizzle Daddy. It's GB. Grizzle Band. The dude. One of my favorite cards of all time. And I just never got tired of cheating this guy onto the battlefield, either from graveyard or from hand, from anywhere. Oh, how I love drawing 7 cards on a flying 7/7 lifelink. Yep, you can sneak attack it, you can show and tell it, you can entomb exhume, you can entomb reanimate. Oh, so good. You can, for a certain amount of time, maybe dream halls into omniscience into casting him. Grizzlebrand is the same as Yawgmoth's Bargain, except better. He's better than Bargain. I can't believe it's not Bargain. Better than Bargain. Because a creature is easier to cheat onto the battlefield than an enchantment, even though he costs more. But yeah, trivially easy to get him out early, and then with your 40 life, draw 1,000,000 cards and just win. Also, technically, he has lifelink, so if the game lasts a while, you can like swing with him and get the life back to draw cards, but it won't. Don't worry. You'll win right away. Card draw that is simply too good, too easy. And I'm sad because he's also really fun. I like him a lot. Certainly not as the general, ever, but in the 99. Extremely deserved. Next up we have Hull Breacha. Alright. Hull Breacha. This is a creature with a certain power and toughness. I don't know what it is, doesn't matter. My man costs 3, splashable. With Flash, if an opponent would draw a card, except for the first card they draw in each of their draw steps, instead, they don't. And you make treasures. And that last part is probably what tipped him over the edge, because there are cards that you can flash out and just be like, got him, you were about to draw cards and now I draw cards instead, or now you don't draw cards or whatever. What's the 4 mana black blue dude with flash? What's that guy called? Something agent, I think, or something, I don't know. You could flash that guy out in response to a Jace activation and it was fucking brutal, right? But that was like mostly kind of okay, because 4 is a lot. It was in 2 colors instead of 1. But as soon as you get a whole bunch of treasure from the deal, not only are you stopping everyone from drawing cards, but now you're wheeling them into you getting 18 mana, so that you have the mana to then wheel again into 26 into it just keeps going forever. And yeah, he was too many pushed effects, both resources and cards, and stopping opponents from doing stuff, and works so well with wheels, and splashable, and pushed on cost, and with flash, and unlike Dockside, Hullbreacher immediately tumbled into normal Commander and started suffusing it and just saturating it everywhere. Dockside has so far been pretty slow to do that because it's an expensive card. It's the only reason. Hullbreacher was cheap, and so everybody played it. So yeah, is it extremely deserved or is it just deserved? I would say it's extremely deserved, yeah. I would sooner play with Arayos and Braids than this thing. Like, good of the format kind of stuff. Very few players would actually even try to do this stuff. But this would be in every blue deck. And it'd be miserable. Anyway, speaking of Hullbreacher, why isn't Dockside banned yet? Because it was slower to become ubiquitous than Hullbreacher, but I imagine it will be eventually. That's my honest take, is that eventually Dockside will be banned. We're just waiting until it's everywhere and becomes a problem. Or sometimes the problem fixes itself. We don't have to ban Armageddon, because the majority of Commander players just simply choose not to play it as an unspoken rule. But if everyone was playing it, they would ban it, because it would be format warping and it would ruin the game. Give Dockside a little more time, and eventually the people will be mad enough and they'll ban the only good red card printed in the last 25 years. Okay. Fine. Ban Cabal fucking... ban Cabal Ritual with legs. Fine. Too good. Yeah. It costs 2 and it makes 4 mana. That's way too good. It's basically a ritual. Okay. Well, just like Golos, I'll play it as long as I'm allowed to until they destroy my fun. And then I'll be sad. And there will be no more reason to play red anymore. But I like red as a color, and I'm very much enjoying it being a real, like, red's at the moment kind of a Pinocchio, except in real life. Like, it's a real boy. As soon as Dockside goes, red, back to being a puppet. You think part of it is that it's a red card? Possibly. That might actually have something to do with it, Cookbook. If Dockside was a blue card, it would be banned. Can we all just agree with that? Do you think that's agreeable? If Dockside was blue, it would be banned today. It would, like, we wouldn't even be talking about it. It'd be banned already. If it were a black card, maybe. Green card, maybe. But the fact that it's red, it could have been white too. If it was white, that still would have been fine, I think. But white or red, you're kind of feeling like, damn, can these colors have anything? And maybe it gets little kitty points. And I'm receptive to that. Because red is one of those colors that found the transition to Commander very restrictive and uncomfortable. Red. Some colors flourish in Commander. Blue. Just having a great time. Everything scales wonderfully. Black. Having a great old time. Shit, dude, you got Cabal Coffers, all this other stuff. Not very nice. Green suddenly finds itself the most powerful color. with a social contract everyone has not to ever destroy lands, and so your ramp is just fucking free. White and red are having a little... They had a little bit of an issue just because of their, like, philosophy. Their philosophy works very well in 60-card formats. But in 40-card multiplayer, where Lightning Bolt sucks, and all of the damage to mana cost ratios are hilariously bad, suddenly, like, the color of creature removal, which is red, can't remove creatures. Like, burn just doesn't deal with commander creatures. And all of their sweepers are terrible. And you can't play your land destruction stuff because everyone's mad at you. And you're not allowed to draw cards unless it's random or stupid. Or temporary. And so you're just... Red as a color is finding it difficult to slot into commander. And same with white in a lot of ways. Before they just give up and give everyone card draw. Which they did for green, so I don't know why they can't do it for the other colors. Anyway. Iona. Alright, I have two thoughts about Iona. The first thought is, in my playgroup, there's no reason to ban Iona. In my playgroup. Same with Emrakul. This card, there's just nothing wrong with it. Comes down, somebody's color is shut off, one of their 3 colors, because nobody plays monocolor, nobody plays dual color. You play 3 color minimum. Oh man, my removal color is shut off. Someone kills it. Alright. Whatever. Yeah, it's a creature you cheated into play somehow. Good work. It's like one of the worst reanimation targets. The reason why this was extremely deserved is because my playgroup is not every playgroup. I think this is like the most hated card and a tentpole like exemplar ban. One of the strongest signifiers, I think, of that. Casual players hate this card, and for good reason. There's a concept that I think is a pretty good argument, and that is, if someone casts Iona and you are poor, meaning you have a monocolor deck, you lose. And the rest of the table doesn't give a fuck, because they're probably not even in your color. So you have Iona, who causes the poorest person at the table to no longer play, and everybody else doesn't give a shit. And so Iona just sits there. But the poorest player just has to watch. If Iona's in the format, then monocolor decks have to play unbelievably overpriced, I'm talking mana cost here, garbage removal. Like 5 mana colorless exile target permanent, just trash. They gotta play like 3 or 4 of those, so that they don't just get got by Iona and they don't even have any outs and they just lose, right? And one of the things about format warping is that players start to change their decks in ways they don't even like and they don't find fun, to make sure they're able to like play the game at all, versus some random cards that people play very often that shut off entire strategies forever, right? Yeah, they gotta play some garbage ass Eldrazi removal shit that's like a common from some limited set. And that's why it's extremely deserved and it should be banned. Yeah. You can't play a card that says a monocolor deck loses, unless it plays 4 copies of the most unbelievably expensive 6 mana just garbage crap that they won't draw anyway. This was a justified ban. Not for my play group, but then again, I didn't have any great joy in locking people out with Iona in Commander. That shit was wonderful in 60 cards constructed. Oh, my opponent plays a Arabian Nights Mountain into Goblin Guide. Cool. End of your turn, I'm going to Entomb Iona. My turn, Reanimate. Name Red. Alright, game 2. Thanks for playing. That shit was so fun. But not in this kind of format. Destroy target creature with 1 color for 7 colorless. Yeah. Ahem. This is also kind of an exemplar one, too. Don't play other stuff. I've heard people say, oh, but Void Winnower is better, and some other giant creatures that stop people from playing stuff is better, but I think Void Winnower is better than Iona. But it's not about the power level. It's about what it does to the game. Void Winnower, everyone at the table can't even, right? It's the white girl card, right? Like, you can't even with Void Winnower. You can't cast even spells. Somebody has an odd spell that they can deal with it, and everyone kind of works together. With Iona, it only screws one person. Forever, and there's nothing they can do about it, right? So it's different in the way that it affects people. Back in my day, you would be a little concerned about playing cards like Void Winnower, because on turn 5, you were going to get briberied every fucking game. And so everything you put in your deck could be used against you. Nowadays, I don't see a lot of people playing bribery anymore. So maybe that's now in the Boomer Magic era, but you gotta put the fear of people in list building. Oh, you're gonna play with It That Betrays, are you? Okay, well, you might get briberied, though. You know, you might get your It That Betrays briberied, and then someone plays a Cataclysmic Gearhulk and steals 97 permanents, and everyone loses. Like, just be concerned about that. Anyway, here we got, I can't remember this guy's name, actually, and he was even played a little bit in Legacy. He's the green, black, blue elf that makes sure no one at the table has any fun ever. Fun is banned, officially. Each opponent can't draw more than 1 card each turn, and then whenever a permanent you control becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, you get to draw a card. You play this guy, you play a wheel, everyone loses and doesn't have fun, and it's miserable. And it's probably worse than Hullbreacher just because it's a general, so you'll see it more. The Grand Wheelo Master, yeah. I think we're up here into the balance style. Just 0 fun for anyone except one person. The zero-sum fun game. I think we're there for that guy. Well deserved. Into the trash he goes. I'm getting a drink. BRB. We're back. Alright, next on the list. La Berry of Alexandria. Pre-burning. Now, once again, play a lot of 93, 94. So I have a lot of experience playing with and against Library of Alexandria. And like Arayo, it's not as bad as people think. It just isn't. People play Magic differently now. People have to play Magic differently now. The way you played back in the day, this card was broken. Nowadays, it's probably like an 8-card opening hand. With a random, I'll say maybe 3 cards drawn over the average game. It's not like oppressive. You aren't playing draw go anymore. You're not waiting for that control player to start discarding cards out of their hand for virtual card advantage. You know, you're not waiting for them to tap out because then they can't cast anything. It's a different time. This card taps for a colorless, and also you can tap it to draw a card if you have exactly 7 in hand. That's crazy on a land. And it would go in every single deck, no question. 100% inclusion rate. I can imagine decks that wouldn't play it, actually. But for them, it's kind of like Sol Ring. It would for the most part go in every deck. And a lot of the people that would put it in, it doesn't really belong in their deck, but they would put it in anyway and probably draw one card with it over the course of the game, maybe two. But the card's like $1,000 or something like that. I don't know how much it is nowadays. I'm sure it's more than when I last looked at it. So everyone can't play it. Should price factor into whether something is banned or not? Of course not. So I don't know. I think it's questionable. Peasants. I don't think it's a peasant idea. It's just the cost of a card should have nothing to do with whether it's banned. It should be banned if it's deserved. You know? Like, let's say library, you make a rule, and you say any card more than $1,000 is banned. And then library, in the future, let's say the card tanks. It goes down to 800. Is the card unbanned now? Why or why not? Like, that's the kind of weird thing about card being too expensive, therefore banned. Hey, I can't afford a Library of Alexandria. I used to have one, I don't anymore. And I can't afford a $1,000 card. Well, 1,300 to 2K. And so is my deck that I'm building worse because I can't afford to spend 100 times more than any card should be worth. Yes. Yes, my deck is worse because of that, yes. That's fine. It's not worth that for how good it is. Conversely, I bought a library when it was $20. Okay. So it's banned because no one else can afford it. Oh, okay. Thanks for making me waste my money, right? Or I bought it, let's say I buy it today. I buy a $1,000 library so I can play with it because it's unbanned. And then they ban it because it's too expensive. Can I have my $1,000 back, Wizards of the Coast? I don't know, there's a bunch of weird things you get into when you decide to start banning stuff based on the cost of it, I think. And to me, the obvious answer is not to ban it. Because you have two potential harms happening. The first harm is somebody who paid $1,000 for a card, and then you tell them that they can't play with it as a company. And that's like a financial harm, right? And then you have a person who can't afford a $1,000 card, and so they're playing a deck that doesn't have it. Okay. Where's the harm? There's no... Well, okay, there are Commander tournaments, but the format isn't built for that. You can always print off a piece of paper and write library on it. You know. It's a self-banned card. Who are you going to run into non-competitive who is balling with that? You'd be surprised. My buddy from Las Vegas that meets up every once in a while to play Commander, as a matter of fact. There's 3 of them in the playgroup. There's a Guy's Cradle, there's Candelabras, there's a Mishra's Workshop in one of them. Mishra's Workshop is not banned, by the way. that's perfectly legal in Commander. Anyway, I don't think it's as good the way people play Magic in today's era. People would probably just print off a picture of Library of Alexandria and glue it to a island and put it in all their decks, probably. And it would belong in some of them and it wouldn't belong in other ones. And I don't think it would be too disruptive, unless you consider playing it in every single deck like Sol Ring to be disruptive, which I think that's only disruptive in its ubiquity if it's problematic for other reasons. I don't think it's a problem to be an auto-include. Or it's not necessarily a problem if you're an auto-include. Like, I don't think we need to ban Arcane Signet because it belongs in almost every deck, for instance. Is there a card you think should be banned but isn't? I'll answer that after this, I think. Well, maybe, I mean, we're closing in, but what are the cards people normally think should be banned but aren't? And maybe I'll talk on those while I think about this. You want a Metalworker? It feels like a bannable card, but you ain't dropping 150. There's more lands in the average hand than you give Metalworker credit for. Made a pretty decent rogue deck, kind of, tier 2. Sometimes in Legacy, but that's about as good as Metalworker ever got. Sol Ring is the main one. Sol Ring is the mascot of Commander, and so you don't ban that card. If Sol Ring was printed today, for the first time ever, then yeah, it would be banned in Commander, obviously. Just like Brainstorm would be banned in Legacy. But it's the representative of the format. That's the whole point of it. The point of Commander is that you get to play with cards, here and there, that probably should be banned from a power level perspective, but they're not, because it's not a competitive format. And so if someone gets an early Sol Ring, then the rest of the table has an archenemy to fight. Or not. You know? Every once in a while you get the cool, fun thing that is probably too good. That's like the point of the format. So you don't ban Sol Ring for basically that reason. That and Winter Orb. You could do an Exemplar Winter Orb ban. I think I would be fine with that. Hey, you know stacks? You know, like, screwing with everybody's resources stacks? As an exemplar ban, we're banning Winter Orb just to let everyone know that everyone hates that and hates you. For wanting to do that. Stacks player, right? And that would be fair, because I think that's true. A lot of these bans, people think like, oh, fucking Braids, they think Braids is good. Nobody thinks Braids is too good. Maybe, perhaps somebody thinks Braids is too... I don't know. Maybe somebody thinks Braids is too good. But it represents a type of play that everyone fucking hates. And so it's like a warning. And Winter Orb would be a reasonable one, because that's true. The majority of the player base probably hates Winter Orb and everything it represents. You know? That's probably true. Is there a stacks exemplar here? Not really. There's a limited resources kind of thing, but I don't think there's a stacks exemplar. You could tell the casual people to, like, grow up and just play Magic, and it's actually fun to try to worm your way out of that puzzle here and there, and sometimes you lose and that's fine. Which is also true, but, you know, if 90% of people feel the way, then that's what the people feel like. You could say that shooting is fine. It's just maybe these two individual shooting units are slightly too good. But if everybody hates shooting, then maybe you change the core rules to make shooting suck. I don't know. You think there's an argument for the One Ring, but you're not going to make that argument? Way too soon. Way too soon. Rules Committee looks at the entire format and sees what is, like, the shadow across Mordor, like, what is ruining the game and the whole format. And very specifically, mostly the non-competitive play, the CEDH types, they're in the jungle, where the lion eats the fox, and that's just the circle of life, right? It doesn't matter. They can handle themselves for the most part. Once every 10 years, maybe they ban a flash type card, you know, but those people are fine. They look at kitchen tables and local game stores and the average pods of people. And those people hate Winter Orb, so yeah, reasonable, I guess. That'd be fine. Personally, I don't care. I don't mind, but if I'm pretending to be the Rules Council, I could see that. And so One Ring, yeah, there's not enough of them, and they're not ubiquitous enough to be a problem, and they might not ever be. The One Ring is really good. It's really good. Does it belong in every single commander deck? I don't think so. But, I don't know, maybe it does. What does the One Ring do? It draws you something like 6 cards over the course of 3 turns, and then probably ends up killing you, or getting you killed, or hastening the, ooh, everybody's low on life because everyone has a One Ring, and then people start attacking and blocking more, and then the game kind of ends. Maybe that's fine. Here's a question. How many commander decks do you have, and how many have the One Ring? What's the percentage? For me, I have 3 commander decks, and the One Ring is in 2 of them, but not the 3rd. Is the One Ring not in the 3rd because I can't afford another $60 fucking ring? A little bit. A little bit, but also that commander deck is supposed to go long. That deck plays the game for a very long time. It's kind of like it's not really a control deck, but it's sort of a stay alive. The game's gonna go really, really long. I don't have any way to sacrifice stuff in there. And so if I played the One Ring in it, I'd draw some more cards early and that'd be fun, but eventually I just die to it. And so I don't play it in that deck. In Ardent Crom, Stoneblade equipment, I'm trying to just blast people out with a fucking 2/2 creature that has 7 swords attached to it. And I have a million counter spells in hand. And so I just, like, 2-shot everyone with somebody who's immune to every color of magic while I counter everything they do, right? Stoneblade. And so the One Ring is fine there, because I'm just blowing people out and I have a million life gain. So no problem. And then in Baba Yaga, One Ring's in there for sure, because it's just a pure, like, grindy, rampy value engine, and she sacrifices stuff when she taps. So if I'm ever about to die, I can always sacrifice it with my commander, so it's in there. But in Garth, I'm trying to play 20 turns of a game, you know? And so the thing would just end up getting me killed eventually, and I don't have a way to sack it or bounce it. Because it's indestructible, so I can't just disenchant it off of Garth. Although, I could put it in there because I do have... Yeah, I have Displacer Kitten, I have some other stuff that could bounce it and reset it over and over. But I think that would become too obnoxious. It's... When you're playing dirtily value engines that try to lay low and just accrue value, you don't want to become too annoying for the table. And I think that might get a little too annoying, maybe. You want to lay low so you can acquire more value over time, right? It's the protection entry that's the thing to watch? Maybe. It depends on your group. If your group is the kind of group that kills people by, like, interacting with them, yeah. If your group is the kind of group where there's the combo guy that's just gonna win, it doesn't matter what you have protection from. Kinda depends. If you ban demonic consultation, and it would at least close one door to a boring win con, you're not getting petitions made. No, I think you for sure take Thassa's Oracle. If you're trying to stop, if you're trying to do something about that combo, you ban Thassa's Oracle. 100%. Yeah, easy. It's not demonic consultation and the other one that I can't remember the name of. There's two of them. If you want to do that. I don't think casual people play with Thoracle. But tons of casual people complain about Thoracle, so I don't know, maybe they're just watching stuff and they're mad, but... Or maybe there's always that one guy in every pod they're always in, and the person plays Thoracle and wins. Maybe that's the case, I'm not in every LGS. Limited resources. Obvious ban. Even more than... Hold on, we have balance up here too. Yeah, actually, I think even more than balance. When this enters the battlefield, everybody sacrifices land until there are 10 lands out. So the reason why this, I think, is worse than balance is because you can't play anymore. It's a 4-player game that you have to divide 10 lands between, and you can't play anymore forever. And so it's got all of the resource denial of balance, which is kind of antithetical to Battlecruiser, and the interacting a little bit unfavorably with the nature of multiplayer format, the fact that it's 10 lands split 4 ways. And so it's kind of like a double obvious ban. Yeah. Braids does not deserve the ban. How so? I thought I made a pretty good case when we talked about it. LR lets people keep up to 5 lands per person. Just that if there's more than 10 in play, then no more can be played. Yes. And with 4 players, then no more played. No more played forever. Like, you could just destroy this thing, right? Like, it's not that hard to deal with. This card isn't necessarily, like, crazy powerful, right? It's sort of antithetical to the format in a few different ways. And kind of an exemplar, right? Same with Braids. And Irayo, if I'm honest, right? Braids and Irayo, they're not, like, crazy strong. But they're very good exemplar bans. Even so. I think this is actually an extremely deserved, the more I think about it. A not obvious ban. Just ban him as companion? Well, they don't do that. They don't do banned as companion, banned as commander. Something is banned or it is not banned. They want to keep it simple. Keep it simple and straightforward. As few asterisks and disclaimers and extra lists as possible. And so if we're going with that, which we are, because that's what they're going with, then our little otter friend is, I think, philosophically banned. Just philosophically banned. And this is the nerfed version, by the way. This is the version where they hot patched it to make it cost 3 to put in your hand. Because this was the worst mechanic they've come up with in the past 15 years, was Companion. Just kind of like the most poorly implemented, caused the most problems nonsense. This is like a philosophical ban. Oh, so every blue-red deck has 101 cards in the Commander format, which is the 100 card format. Oh, you automatically qualify for it. Because the requirement for this companion is to be playing Commander. Okay. And you have a free fork, right? Copy target spell. That you always have guaranteed 100% of the time in your opening hand. Well, not in your opening hand, after 3 mana is spent in your opening hand. Too much of a weird dynamic, not fair. 101st card is kind of gross thematically, just philosophically out of here. You thought that was Eminence? Ooh, Eminence is a good call out. That too was a atrocious mechanic. You are not wrong. Yeah, Eminence was also very awful as far as design is concerned. The only argument people make against Braids is she's broken with Soul Ring. Everyone is broken with Soul Ring. Soul Ring deserves the ban. I think she's... Oh, When I talked about her, I said, you Dark Ritual her out. So I didn't think about the Soul Ring thing, I was thinking about Dark Ritual. But I suppose you could pick, you could pick almost anything, right? Soul Ring, Dark Ritual, Mana Crypt. Power her out very early, and then the game's over. And everyone sacrifices their single land or whatever they have, and you're done. She's kind of like a... When I talked about her previously, I said she is Tergrid, except worse. In both the good ways and the bad ways. Tergrid is more powerful than her, and Tergrid is good late game. She is bad late game, but even more painful early game. And it creates, how do you put it? Creates a pretty awful experience for everyone no matter what. Generally, with commanders like her, with Braids, or Tergrid, you're immediately the villain, you can never resolve it, and then you die. And then the few times you do resolve it, the few games where you do resolve it, everyone scoops and whines about it immediately. And so it's like you're never really playing. You're either never resolving your commander and everyone kills you and you're not having fun, or really even playing, or you get it out right away and everyone snap concedes and complains to you. And so it's sort of like a warning, like, don't do this, You can still play Tergrid, she's legal. So if you want to do that in that way, you can. But it's an exemplar. It's like, here's an example of, in general, the kind of thing that everyone hates. And that you might not find so enjoyable in the aggregate over time. But you could do it. Basically every viable strategy is unfun for the table? Not at all. And not in the same ways or degrees. I don't think. I thought we were playing to win games in a casual format. Yes, and it's that second part that's really important. And way more important than a lot of people think. I mean, Irayo isn't bad either. In my playgroup. Right? Like, what happens in my playgroup when someone plays Braids? She gets countered. And then she costs 6, and nothing happens. Right? What happens when Irayo gets played in my playgroup? Because we did do this. She flips right away. People play lands for a little while. And then cast a spell to get it countered, and then Nature's Claim it. And then counter a counter. It goes away. And the deck's filled with a bunch of 0 mana cost crap just to be able to flip her, and so the deck sucks. So late game it sucks. But we're not talking about, like, my playgroup, right? Or what I think is fun or not fun. Kind of like looking across the health of the whole format and how many people think this is salty or that is salty and how much and so on and so forth. And so that's a lot more what the rules committee thinks about, I think. You know, it's fun, Baron Glory, yeah. Your play group lets you play her, and none of them dislike playing against her based on what they say. Well, that's because your play group seems to be mature. And so that's cheating, you know. If someone played Braids in my play group, it would be cool. Nobody would have a problem with it. But sometimes maybe, hey, you know what? Every once in a while, you might Mox Diamond Dark Ritual and cast her turn 1. And then everyone loses their 1 land and, like, kinda just has to wait for your Braids to kill herself once you ran out of lands or something, and then, you know, maybe we restart the game. No big deal. But that's why Braids is, like, the perfect card to rule 0. Rolling up to a random LGS, everyone's probably going to whine about it. Or just really hate it. Once you have such a thing as your group, then Braids is completely fine, obviously. As long as the people are fine with it. Same with Arayo, same with Gifts Ungiven for sure. Emrakul for sure, Library for sure, all this stuff, yeah. Even Iona. Probably not Grizzlebrand, unless you're going no ban list or something like that. But as a starting point that kind of warns people or lets people know this is how most people feel about stuff, I think it's proper to be here. But once you get your own personal group, then if this was like a power level tier list instead of a what should be banned tier list, it would look very fucking different. You know, Braids would be in Snap Unban, Arayo would be in Snap Unban, Let Me Play with Flash, you know, but that's different. Oh, speaking of cards that would be in Snap Unban if it was a power level, oh, maybe not, I don't know. I've played with Waking Nightmare, or Recurring Nightmare, I mean. I played Nick Fit a few times in Legacy. It wasn't one of my main decks, but I played everything. Nick Fit was fucking fun. That is a fun-ass deck. Holy shit. And I played Recurring Nightmare back in the day. This card is absurd. In a bunch of weird ways that you aren't immediately obvious. Anyway, Recurring Nightmare, what does it do? It costs 3. It's an enchantment. And here's the real reason I think it's banned. I'm trying to, like, read the tea leaves on this. So what does it do? Well, you sack a creature, and then you return a creature from your graveyard to play, and you return Recurring Nightmare to your hand. All of this happens at once, right? So, essentially, it's like a reanimate. It's like animate dead that puts itself back in your hand after you're done with it. So you essentially have infinite reanimation if you can sacrifice a creature and you have enough mana for it. So like surface level, that's what it does. You tap 3, you exchange a creature in play for in the graveyard, and then you end up with your little enchantment back in your hand. Okay, so it means you can kind of keep doing that, right? And those creatures are just switching places over and over and over and over, and you're getting every death trigger and every enters the battlefield trigger something like 5 times a turn until your mana runs out or whatever, which is kind of obnoxious, very repetitive. But this is Commander. You're kind of supposed to do shit like that, you know? Probably isn't a very good argument, but you're kind of supposed to be doing weird, expensive crap like that in Commander. I cast Recurring Nightmare 4 times, and then I get And then I have, like, fucking Siege Rhino and Eternal Witness switching places just over and over and over and over, right? Like, okay. But I think besides that, I think two reasons it's banned is, one is it's very hard to interact with this because of timing. And it's like a rules thing. So when you play this, sacrificing the creature and returning Recurring Nightmare to your hand is a cost. It's not an effect. And when it's your turn and you're playing this, you are the player who has priority first. And so you put it on the battlefield, you're the first one with priority, and you instantly return it to your hand. And sack the creature. And then the other creature comes out. And then stuff happens, right? So the only way to ever interact with this is counterspells and instant speed graveyard removal. So just because of how priority works, it's very difficult to interact with it in various ways. The other reason I think is similar to the Paradox Engine reason. Recurring Nightmare to me is halfway between very hard to interact with and Paradox Engine's accidentally create a 5-minute combo that takes over the game from nowhere, as long as you have anything in your graveyard and anything on the battlefield. So, I don't know, man. I like this card. I would definitely play with it. So would everyone else. Is it the best reanimation in the format if it's unbanned? In EDH, no. Everywhere else, yes. Card's kind of like a Rise of the Dark Realms for 3. Well, you end up paying 9 for it, let's be honest. Yeah, it's kind of a card that sits in your hand for a whole game, and you cast it probably 15 times over the course of the entire game, and the card's just chilling in your hand forever. So maybe it's a little bit of the repetitive gameplay stuff, a little Paradox Engine creating nonsense out of any board state no matter what, a little difficult to interact with, a little samey gameplay. I've played with it, it is that gross. But also, I don't know, man, like, shit like that is kinda what you're supposed to be playing Commander about. I'll put it in deserved, but maybe I could put it in questionable, perhaps. I think it would get complained about a lot if it was unbanned. A lot. And rightfully, the ban list is very conservative, as in they need a really good reason to unban something and not just, you know, well, it's not that good, you know, blah, blah, blah. They need a real good reason to ever unban anything, which is good. You want to be conservative with that. And I don't think I have a fantastic reason for unbanning it. Or like the format would be much improved if it was unbanned. And so a lot of this stuff is kind of on there because there isn't a good enough reason to take it off. Free primetime? Yo, we can talk about primetime. Do you want to... Are we putting them at the front of the list? Let's talk about primetime. Now, I'm 87 years old, and so I was alive when primetime was first printed. I was alive when primetime was ubiquitous and essentially took over the format of Commander. And so I was alive when that happened, and I watched it happen. But nowadays, you have people who were born after primetime was even printed, and so they don't know. But also, we always have to keep in mind that the olden days were the olden days and the game was different. People played Mind's Eye back then. Mind's Eye sucks. Alright? Sphinx's Revelation was like a staple back then, okay? The game is different now. People aren't tooth and nailing for fucking Triskelion and Mephrodros Vampire and killing everyone's creatures, but not everyone. Because the dude who kills everyone instead of just everyone's creatures wasn't printed yet. They were getting like Kiki Jiki Sundering Titan, okay? Like, so these are two ideas that are kind of at odds. I watched what Primetime did back then, but also, and so nowadays people don't know, but also, that shit's old and most of the stuff people did back then literally sucks. And both of these are like reasonable arguments in a vacuum. Where were you in the Primetime Wars? Casting Primetime. And then Phantasmal Imaging Primetime. And then someone killed it, and then I was body doubling Primetime. And then my opponent Gilded Draked the body doubled Primetime. And then I treacheried to gain control of it and untap up to 5 lands. And in game 2, I would sneak attack out Primetime and swing with it right away and it would die. And then I would reanimate it. That's where I was in the Primetime Wars. That's where I was. So, would people do that now? I don't think so. People don't build their decks like that anymore. Ain't nobody got a Phantasmal Image in their deck in 2023. Or a Treachery, or a Bribery, or a Body Double, or a Rite of Replication, or a Consecrated Sphinx, for that matter. Like, people just don't build decks like this anymore. They don't have all of those cards to even fight over something that the whole game devolves into controlling that thing, right? Yeah, clone. Like, people don't do that anymore. You 100% build with these cards? Yes, a lot of, people do. But in the zeitgeist of Commander, that's not every deck. And it used to be everybody was doing that. Like, actual everyone. Because back then, there kinda weren't enough creatures that were so incredible that a game would devolve around stealing it and stuff like that. You have ROR in Galazeth Prismari to get like 5 Solemn Simulacrums or something. You play with Rite of Replication, based. Dude, 5 copies for 9 mana? What a steal. Let's go, right? So anyway, the game is different now, and I don't think Primeval Titan would be the game devolves into just copying it and stealing it. I don't think that would happen as much. It still would because he's insane. But it wouldn't be as nuts. I think what would happen is someone casts Primeval Titan, and then someone exiles Primeval Titan. If you're talking about the whole table doing, I think he just gets exiled. If he's dealt with. But here's the rub. The shit you can get with Primetime has been power creeped into the fucking stratosphere. Right? Just think about this. You got a Fervor out. All your creatures have haste, right? Empty board, top deck, just Primeval Titan. You play it, and you get Field of the Dead, Gaia's Cradle. And then you swing, because you have haste, and you get Vesuva copying Field of the Dead, and Nykthos. Okay. And then someone kills your Primeval Titan. Someone swords it. Like, they untap and they draw swords and they get rid of it. And so you have 6 zombies, a Gaia's Cradle, a Nykthos, and 2 Field of the Deads. From tapping 6 mana and top decking this thing. Urborg Cabal Cop. Yeah, sure. Hey, if you don't want Nykthos and Gaia's Cradle, freely exchange that with Urborg Cabal Coffers. You know, whatever. Go right ahead. And so now, for the rest of the game, every land you play gives you 2/2/2 zombies, and all of your mana taps for, 17 or something like that. And you like Giga win. And all the Primetime had to do was land and swing 1 time. It's not like be out for a while and snowball. It's like it's over. And your opponent, one of your opponents has a Ghost Quarter. Okay, which one do you destroy? I guess the Cabal Coffers, right? Alright, cool. Hey, here's my Eternal Witness. I don't know. The shit you can do with Primetime is so gross. And that's just casting it. Much less putting it on the battlefield and swinging with it. Like with Sneak Attack or Through the Breach or something like I still think... I think they unban Primetime and it shows up in every deck forever that casual people play. And just the lands he gets are way stronger now. I'd put him in mine, that's for fucking sure. Is he still too good, I wonder? For EDH players, no, they wouldn't touch this guy with a 10-foot pole. You know, they're trying to play a 2-card Time Vault combo for 3 mana. Like, what is this 6 mana creature that gets lands? Like, get that shit out of here. One step down from CEDH, where everybody plays like optimally strong, high power level, expensive cards, but not CDH. Would they play it? They have Dockside, so why do they need Primetime? Because it's a singleton format, and you might as well have another Dockside that isn't just a Cabal Ritual, you know? In EDH, you're not going to, like, show and tell this guy out, like if you were in Legacy, right? But you will probably, you know, sneak attack him out or just cast him. Green deck can very easily cast him turn 4, which is pretty slow. But if you get a Primetime out, you go from turn 4 to turn 12 instantly. So that is maybe a problem. I think it's deserved. Because I think the common man can't handle this. I think in the majority of tables, someone plays a Primetime and they win. They don't win right then, but it takes over the whole game because their resources are nuts. Because they tutor through their deck for the piece of paper they wrote Gaia's Cradle on as a proxy and just put it out and, like, I don't know. I think probably deserved. But it's fallen. It's less deserved than it ever was. And for people who are like, oh, but Dockside's better. As a combo piece, yeah. Because it's a Cabal Ritual with legs. So it's a combo, it's a, what do you call it? It's a ritual. It's a ritual that you can flicker, right? And go infinite with. Kind of a different type of card. This one rockets you from turn 4 to turn 10 instantly and, like, causes your momentum to win. Dockside allows you to combo win. And also, flash forward 2 years to when Dockside is banned, now you don't have an argument anymore, right? So, I don't know. That'll be a sad day too when Dockside is banned and red officially becomes the worst color again instead of the second worst color. Grandpa's Quicksilver Amulet. I got my 7 right here. Anyway, I'm sad. I would play with it. It's in the way that people are supposed to, and largely people do play Commander. This is not okay for them. For playgroups strong enough, it wouldn't be a big deal, but we don't balance around those people unless we're banning Flash. Then we do. But for all other things, we're not they're willfully ignoring on purpose as like as a principle. They're not balancing for competition or competitive play. So EDH people do whatever the fuck they want. You think white is overall in a better spot than red? Let's see. As a color to add to something, kind of debatable, I think. I think it's debatable. If you got rid of Dockside, there would be no debate. Then red would be just the worst color. There would be nothing. Right? It's propping the entire color up, I think. Almost single-handedly. Next to like Underworld Breach and Jeskai, whatever the thing is that gives you a bunch of mana for everybody's cards in their hand. Like, are there any other good red cards in the whole game besides those three? Besides like fun stuff, you know? I don't think so. Oh, Deflecting Swat, you're right, Femonk. True, 4 cards. Unequivocally 4. Yeah, Deflecting Swat, you are right. That's a good red card. Don't ban Dockside. I don't want them to, but they probably will eventually. Eventually, they probably will. There's enough public pressure. I think everybody wants it banned. And so I'll be sad when they do. But I'm going to play with it until then, because shit's fun. I've been really enjoying playing red in my decks every once in a while. Ragavan? Nah. Not in Commander. In 60-card formats, Ragavan's excellent. In Commander, Ragavan is like a fucking Sarah Ascendant in red. Like, a card that's really quite nice. Turn 1, maybe turn 2. In a really slow table, maybe turn 3. And if it's ever top decked at any moment after that, it sucks and does nothing. So it's kind of like Sarah Ascendant in that way. Sneak Attack and its variants. I think those are just fun, not good. Well, there's a certain amount of good you have to be fun. Like, Sneak Attack is for sure a very strong, powerful card. I don't know if it's propping up red necessarily, and it's kind of a narrow card. But I like Sneak Attack. It's a fun card in certain decks for sure. Next we have Panoptic Mirror, rounding out the Snap Unban section. I don't know what this card is doing on this list besides a exemplar for a type of strategy. Maybe. This card costs 5. And it has pay X tap to imprint. And then at the beginning of your upkeep, the imprinted card gets cast automatically. And so think of the most egregious situation ever, right? Mana permitting. Like, what's the... Okay, you're afraid, you're sweating and tossing and turning at night. What are you thinking of? Probably, temporal manipulation, you know? Some 5 mana take an extra turn card, I guess. Maybe Armageddon, as Just AF said. Yeah, extra time effects, like Cylon Supreme said. But let's think about that now. So what happens here? We paid 5 and we played this. Then we pay another 5 and tap it. So we've paid 10. So for 10, we could have cast Expropriate with 1 mana free. And just 1. We could have cast Tooth and Nail for 9 and just 1 out of nowhere. But instead we paid 5 and then 5 and tapped this. And then we put extra turn card onto this thing, right? And then we actually passed the turn. Go. and then 3 human beings at the table go an entire turn staring at an artifact. And if ever no one can destroy an artifact for 3 entire turn sequences, and then you untap, then you win and get extra turns with infinite turns. I don't know. You paid 10 to pass the turn and just, like, stare at everybody in their eyes, and then you go and you win? Okay. You know, Earthcraft Squirrel Nest is legal in Commander. This is an old, ancient combo. Earthcraft Squirrel Nest. Enchantment for 3, enchantment for 2. Gives you infinite creatures that don't have haste. Infinite 1/1 squirrels. So you make your infinite 1/1 squirrels for 5 mana, and then you pass the turn, and then everybody, like, just looks at them, and then you untap and kill everyone. Alright. That happened. I think that's harder to deal with than 1 artifact. Literally 1 million squirrels and an enchantment? I think that's harder to deal with. I don't think this card is good enough to be banned, really. Well, it's obviously not strong enough to get banned, but neither is this card, this card, this card, blah, 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 right? So there's a bunch of cards that aren't strong enough to get banned. These, obviously. I don't think this wins out of nowhere, either. What are they trying to tell us with Panoptic Mirror? What's the exemplar here? Don't take infinite turns for 10 mana after you pass the turn and everyone else gets to go, just to make sure that no one can stop you. Maybe it's like boring or something, because it's like the easy win. I don't know. I have no clue what's going on with this card. It seems like the fairest win con ever. Most win conditions that are combos, like it's your turn and you do them and you just fucking win, right? Coalition Victory would do this. Tooth and Nail does this. Craterhoof in a million ways does this. Blah, 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 blah. All the win cons. Thassa's Oracle. It's your turn and you, like, just win. This one actually passes the turn and lets everybody try to destroy an artifact. This isn't an enchantment, where, like, red would have a problem with an enchantment and black would have a problem with an enchantment. This is an artifact. Every color kills artifacts. Okay, black maybe has a little trouble dealing with artifacts. I'll give you that. Harder to set up than Thassa. Way harder. It also costs 10 instead of 3. Problem is you take infinite turns, but that in itself is not a win con. I mean, it is. You're now holding the people hostage. In life, I don't think so. Hey, I've demonstrated a loop where I take infinite turns. Okay, next game. What kind of absolute that guy would cross his arms? No. Show me your 1/1 unblockable creature. I want all 40 of my life to get to 0. At this point, that person is just wasting everyone's time. You get infinite turns, you can win somehow. I don't give a shit. I suppose it's possible to build a deck list that literally can't kill everyone at the table even if they had infinite turns, right? Like, it's possible to construct a deck that actually can't. But to me, that's unlikely. Maybe you could say, alright, infinite turns, what's the kill though? Like you're having fun with it, you know? Oh, sweet, what's the kill? And then your opponent just kind of looks through the deck. Alright, well, I win with this card and this card. Okay. That's what you do to counter infinite turns, make them play it out. And blame them for making us play infinite turns. I don't think, Femonk, I don't think you understand the mind of an infinite turn player. Because I'm an infinite turn player. I don't do it in Commander. Generally. But I can tell you what it's like from the perspective of someone who's trying to take infinite turns. Because I did that in Constructed all the time. I love to play it out. The only reason I say I'm demonstrating a loop and taking infinite turns is for me to be like, you can probably scoop now because you probably don't want to watch me play through it. I would love them to let me play through it. I'd have so much fun. So if someone crossed their arms and passive aggressively pure copium, like, no, you have to play it out, I'd be like, thank you. Thank you. Finally, someone let me play it out. And then I would play it out, played all my turns, have all my fun, because someone finally let me do that. And they thought they were trying to, like, make me feel bad, but they didn't understand. I was giving them an opportunity to scoop to be polite, because I didn't think anyone wanted to watch me play 13 turns in a row. I want to watch myself play 13 turns in a row. Hell yeah, brother. Ooh, and then I do this. And the person just, I'm going to make him play it out. After turn 10, he'll get tired of it. No, I won't. Nope, it'll be just as fun on turn 10. Thank you. The other people at the table might concede and wish to not have me do this, but I want an excuse to. But the salty person has given me the excuse I desired. So that would be, to me, that's awesome. But yeah, I think they would miss. Mindslaver Lock is the same way. Ooh. Ooh. Oh yeah. I played Mindslaver Lock at a modern tournament a few times. Little Academy ruins there. So good. Dude, when you take control of their turn and they're a combo deck, and you combo off and just target themselves, so good. They think their deck is so big brain that, oh shit, like the aggro player, the Cloud Post guy, he, you know, Urzatron guy, his brain is not huge enough to play a proper big brain smarty pants combo deck. Nope, your deck's shit easy to play. Do you think I don't play that in playtesting? You don't think my teammate brought that? You don't think I didn't play that last week? Now look at this gift stack. Look at this Doomsday stack. We got a Sensei's Top out, so I know I can already draw into it. Oh, what was your win? Oh, you went with that win con, huh? Okay, I prefer the Burning Wish version, but okay, I guess we're going Doomsday. You know it's worse, right? But okay. I see you have your little notes here for all your stacks, because you haven't memorized them. Damn, that shit's hot. Anyway, pardon me. We're a recovering tryhard, we play Age of Sigmar, we're not competitive anymore. Sylvan Primordial. Alright. This card is... I'm just trying to decide if it's extremely deserved or deserved. So this dude costs 7. He has reach. He has a power and toughness, seemingly. I don't know what it is. I'm gonna guess it's 4/7. Probably wrong. Maybe it's a 5/7. I don't fucking know. It doesn't matter. Although the reach is nice on it. Reach is underrated in Commander. Enters the battlefield. For each opponent. Destroy target non-creature permanent that player controls. This should be read as land. Maybe sometimes a non-land, but it's land. For each permanent destroyed this way, search your library for a forest. So you pay 7 in your green deck, right? Green X. You get a Primordial. It has reach to stop those pesky flyers, right? It enters the battlefield. You destroy 3 of your opponent's most insane, overpowered lands. And you ramp yourself 3 forests. land and artifact. It's non-creature permanent. So enchantment, planeswalker, whatever the fuck you want, right? And so we're not really going to talk about bouncing it or recurring it or copy. You know, we would do that, but even just like playing it, okay, everyone's -3 lands, I'm +3 lands. I have a reach body. This will happen more than once. And not if, maybe there's a Panharmonicon, maybe there's the Election or blah 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 blah. It's ridiculous. If this card wasn't even a creature, it would still be like really strong, kinda. Land Vamp in green. Ugh, gross. Deserved. For sure deserved. It happens more than once if you have more than one green deck at your pod. Yeah, because it's in every green. It's an every green forever. And it was. This one was kind of a quick ban, if I recall correctly, though maybe not. But I remember when Primetime was banned, and then this thing, people were like, this is better anyway. And it wasn't, because it was just different. It was very different, but it does take stuff away. Speaking of ancient boomer magic, Rathalos. This dude is a 2/1 Alf, right? Double green, cost 2. Tap, add a green for each forest you control. Okay? So, if he's your commander, these are all basic forests. If he's not your commander and he's just chilling in the 99, then it's all your dual lands. Say, right? This guy... Look, elves have been so giga-mega pushed in their ridiculous power creep of what they do, that this guy is like a normal elf. He's actually a normal elf. There's like 4 elves that tap for as much mana as this guy does, on average. He's easier to tap for a lot with, because some of those other elves that tap for 1 billion green, maybe you need a high power creature out, or you need a bunch of creatures out, and maybe your board position, whatever, Wrath of God. So like, yeah, Rathalos can come down after a Wrath of God, and still tap for 7, or whatever, however many lands you have. Yeah, Priest of Titania, Selvala, whatever that triple green goofy lady is that taps for 1, she does the Guy's Cradle effect. Guy's Cradle is legal in this format for some fucking reason. I have no clue why. It's just barely worse than Tolarian Academy in the Commander format, the way most people play it. So I actually have no clue why Guy's Cradle is not banned, but okay. Anyway, this guy's like he's like a normal elf. The only thing is, he's your commander, which is very problematic, and he costs 2. All them other shits I was talking about cost 3. Well, no, actually one of them costs 2, but most of them tend to cost 3, which is important. So your turn 1, you play a forest, and turn 2, you play a forest, and you play Rathalos, and then next turn you play a forest, and now you have 6 mana. Okay. So you've done nothing the whole game, and you have 6 mana. Untapped on turn 3. That's a lot, but it's the same as somebody who cast the Soul Ring, just about. I say just about, right? It scales crazy. Your mono green, he's pretty killable, but he's gonna... This is the kind of general that the green player would be able to play like 700 times in a game. Maybe this is lazy of me, but I think it's questionable. I think he's questionable. As a dude who's double green in the 99, he's like really strong. Because keep in mind, you don't have to be playing creatures or elves for this guy. You put this guy in anything, and he taps for just about however many lands you have. He doubles your mana, right? With all that other stuff, you need creatures. You need maybe you need a creature type even among creatures. You need a board state. You need a big guy. You need stuff. What do you need with this guy? Nothing. You just need lands out. You need to have lands. So he's like the easiest to double your mana with, and he's the cheapest. So in the 99, like maybe he's kind of problematic, but he's very easy to kill. And as the general, I don't know that he's like that scary. Like ban-worthy scary. I guess let me think about it. What's the worst? I think the worst case scenario is the general. It's not the 99. Because otherwise he's just like a giga value guy who taps for 1 million. That needs to lose summoning sickness and costs exactly 1 mana fewer than he should, right? Okay. But as the commander, alright, I'm little Timmy and little Jenny sitting at a local game store and somebody rolls up with their Rathalos deck. And people would call it like rolling on the floor laughing, right? They would call it Rathalos. And the power level of that game is always very high. Because if that player does nothing but turn 2 Rathalos, turn 3 cast stuff for 6, and everybody else at the table is on whatever, I don't know. I think it's probably slightly too good. It's like 1 mana too cheap, or 1 board state requirement too few, just having lands for like the average, you know, table or whatever. And when he's the commander, he's a 2/1, so you just kill him, but then he costs 4. That's easy for the green deck to do. And then you kill him and he costs 6, and that's also easy. He comes back over and over and over, and he probably stays out eventually. Now the green deck just has double mana, and they start Kodama the South 3, or whatever the one is that lets you double up on everything and kill everyone. I don't know. I think he's like he's like half a point in 1 or 2 directions. Too good, I think. But I'm putting him in questionable. I'm putting him in questionable. Not necessarily snap unban, but I'm going questionable. He's less questionable than library. No, he's not, because library would suffuse the entire format. Literally everyone would play with a library and then realize it's not necessarily as good as they thought it was, but it's still good and blah. Yeah, I'll do it in this order. Doesn't have haste? No, but you could pretty easily give it to him if you wanted. You wouldn't even necessarily have to be off curve, even. Depending on what else you had. It would be the most repetitive commander in the universe. Turn 2 Rathalos, turn 3 big mana. Every game, forever, right? Soul Ring is legal, but this guy isn't. Yeah, and that's I think proper. Like, I don't think I would make it the other way around. Next up we have Trade Secrets. Trade Secrets is a card that goes into the obvious ban category because of the nature of the way that it interacts with Commander. Card costs 3. Target opponent draws 2 cards. Then, you draw up to 4. Then opponent may repeat this process as many times as the opponent chooses. And so you and your friend draw 50 cards. and then the other 2 people at the table are done. The game has been ruined. Or you and the person you're colluding with draw 20 cards and the other people are done. Or you make an alliance. Hey, how would you like to draw 20 cards? Oh boy, thanks. Alright, I'll draw 60. And then everyone loses. Or if everyone doesn't lose, those 2 players are so brutally ahead that it's just... this card doesn't work with multiplayer, is what I'm saying. It's funny, but probably too much just due to the nature of the format. Then we got Sway of the Stars, which, on power level, would be in Snap Unban. Because this card is ridiculously bad. It's in fact one of the worst cards I've ever seen in my life. And I have a collection of cards in the other room that are among the worst cards ever. I collect the worst cards ever. I got one with nothing. I got all 5 of the Legends land cycle that don't tap for mana, but for each color, give your red legends gain banding with other legends. Like, I have all those. I got Great Wall back when nothing had Planeswalk. I got the card from Homelands that destroys all cards from the Homeland expansion. All permanents from the Homeland expansion. Firaz's Ban, or whatever the card is called. I have that. Sway of the Stars is like closing in on... It's entering orbit. It's pretty bad, but it's entering the orbit of some of that stuff. Oh, the Chime. That's what Firaz's Ban is for, That's a different one. But yeah, the Chime. What does this do? Well, I don't know what it costs. I don't know what the mana cost is. Sway of the Stars. Is it 8? Is it 9? Something. Let's bring it up. It is 10. Alright, we have entered time stretch territory. Pardon me. Okay, it's 10. 8 colorless blue. Each player shuffles his or her hand, graveyard, and all permanents he or she owns into their library, and draws 7 cards. Each player's life total becomes 7. So whatever game you were playing before, that game is done, your life total resets, all permanents in the entire play area are reset, all hands are reset, and all graveyards are reset. And the game simply starts over with 7 mana. Extremely deserved. It doesn't matter what this card costs. It doesn't matter that no one would ever cast it. Don't entirely reset the game of a 4-player casual multiplayer format that has been playing that game for 2.5 hours. Don't entirely reset the game. Don't play Shahrazad. Shahrazad, at least you snap concede and just lose half your life and keep playing. This thing, don't ultimate with Karn. Liberated. Don't cast Obliterate, or one of the 700 red cards that, like, Decree of Annihilation, that, like, exile all permanents and then just, you're chilling, right? Don't reset the game. You can Wrath of God reset the game. You can Cyclonic Rift reset the game. Hell, you can even Wheel of Fortune reset the game, like your hand or something. But don't reset the game. Don't do that. When is it okay to reset the game? Apparently with Worldfire, because Maybe there's some combo where you're trying to win. You put everybody at 1 life, and then you like there's some combo and you kill everyone. Okay. Or what's the card from Ravnica? Warp World. You cast Warp World because you have some combo to always be gaining permanence every cycle that you cast Warp World over and over, and everybody else is losing, and so eventually you have all the permanence, your whole deck out, and everybody else has nothing, and so everyone just says you win. That's fine. You can reset the game with Armageddon. You can do that stuff if you like win with it. But if you reset for no other reason than to everyone plays their first land again, and then now here's another 2 hours of game, don't do that. Upheaval, same thing. Upheaval is basically the same thing, except it's like a castable, actually really strong version of the uncastable, terrible Sway of the Stars. So like, Upheaval, I float 12 mana, Upheaval, everyone's shit is returned to their hands, even their land. I play 1 land, spend the other 6 mana on stuff. Everybody else has nothing, I have something, I win, kinda, but it'll take forever. Fuck off. The whole game is reset, and I win, kinda, but it'll take forever. As an exemplar ban, don't do that. And then what do we got here? Sundering Titan. Sundering Titan cares about land types. And so we have a card banned for poverty reasons. If you're poor, you lose to Iona and you're locked out of the game forever, and not all the players at the table even care. And so you just have to watch the rich people play, because they can afford decks that are 3 colors, 4 colors, 5 colors. And you're on mono green and they cast Iona green and you lose. Okay. So we have a card banned for poverty reasons. Well, now apparently we have a card banned for rich person reasons. If all of your lands are dual lands, Sundering Titan shreks you. You cheat this dude out, blow up 5 of your opponent's lands when he enters, then you sacrifice him so he leaves, and you blow up 5 more of everyone's lands. And then, I don't know, maybe your reanimators. And so, if your opponents are on the dual land game, this is like a one-sided Armageddon. Probably one person is just out forever. Or all of your opponents are out, and you're chilling. Very recurable. Very cheatable. Both an artifact and a creature for ultimate recursion, ultimate bouncing, fucking basketball, bouncy castle, at the circus nonsense, you know. But against the pores, where their land base looks like 9 mountains from Kaldheim. You recur this thing 3 entire times, and they're like, okay, I'm fine. And then you're looking at the 3-color poverty deck that has every one of the, like, tapped unless, tapped unless, tapped unless, tapped unless cards, but none of them have basic land types. It does nothing. It just doesn't do anything. None of your lands have a basic land type. They're all just, like, tapped in a 2-player game. Tapped if you have a forest or an island and you just happen not to. Command Tower. Path to Ancestry. Fucking Llanowar Wastes. Some no-name comes into play tapped thing for 1 cent you found in the draft commons. Sundering Titan hits and just does nothing, you know? So we have each end of the spectrum. Destroys money. Destroys poverty. Both very recurable. This one's probably grosser, maybe, but this one lasts longer and is more miserable. This one you can probably concede to. This one maybe you can't because somebody might do something. They're just both deserved, I think, for similar reasons, probably. Sundering Titan is less egregious, I think, but you can safely have them be right next to each other. Speaking of cards that were fun to play in modern formats for a while. Oh, true, yeah. People would Kiki Jiki Sundering Titan off of a Tooth and Nail before Sky Hussar came out. People would, in Extended, which is proto-modern, people would play Tools and Tubbies and like fucking Slow Bad or what, I can't remember the combo to bring this dude, Trash for Treasure or something, this guy out in some obnoxious, weird, janky-ass artifact red deck. In Extended, in type 1.5. It was like possibly a tier 2 deck maybe back in the day. Sundering Titan was a thing. We played this guy in type 2, yeah, in Standard. Tubbies? Yeah, the deck was called Tools and Tubbies. Because it was a red artifact toolbox deck that had a bunch of silver bullets, but they were all like big creatures, so they were tubbies, and you would like Trash for Treasure them out. And you use like Goblin Tinkerer and stuff to switch places with your artifact, with like your Great Furnace, and turn it into a Bosch and throw shit at people, or Sundering Titan, or Platinum Angel. And if people killed your Platinum Angel, you'd tap your Goblin Tinkerer and switch places with your Chrome Mox, and the Platinum Angel would be back out. Oh, Welder, not Tinkerer, pardon me. Goblin Welder. It was a weird time to be alive. You had like Angel Stompy was a deck there. You had people playing Orum's Chant, Isochron Scepter. You had like Cleric's Infinite Life. People are playing nonsense in that format. And I was there for it. Do people painter stone in EDH these days? Not really that I've seen, no. The main reason people don't painter stone in EDH is because it's a multiplayer format. And so maybe you have painter grindstone, maybe you have rest in peace, whatever that helm of obedience, I think is what it's called, or stuff like that. Problem with those is it kills one person and then you have to pass the turn. And then you kill one person, you have to pass the turn. So people don't play it. Also, in your average LGS group of 4 random people, they just have like shit that shuffles their graveyard into their library stuff. They have some like 1 Eldrazi or something. And so painter grinding people just has a highly decent chance, if you target a random commander player, of like causing the game to become a draw. Not to mention having to pass the turn a whole bunch. Or make your deck even more janky with a bunch of untap mechanics, and yeah. So I haven't seen it. And also the other good part about the Painter Stone decks is that they were mono-red, anti-blue, the deck. You know, they'd have 4 copies of Blood Moon, they'd have, you know, Trinospheres and Thorns of Amethyst and Shield, what's it called? What was the other one? Sphere of Resistance. A million Pyroblasts, like 7 Pyroblasts in the main deck, because it was, at least it was good against blue, and once you got Painter down it could counter anything. And that kind of like hyper metagame tuning, the format of EDH is too diverse for it to be like that sick. Anyway, the deck was cool though. I played it once or twice. Because I played everything, as long as it was gonna win. And finally we got Tinker. Speaking of tools and tubbies, and sacrificing artifacts, and getting any artifact ever, we have Tinker. We have Tinker. And the best Tinker target is also on this list, which is Paradox Engine. Tinker is one of those, like, kind of obviously too good cards, I think. Vintage staple, tinker out your Time Vault, Voltaic Key combo. Way back in the day, you would tinker out a Blightsteel Colossus when that was a thing. It's kind of not a thing in Commander. But I feel like sacrificing a treasure token to search through your deck for any artifact for 3 in blue is right now probably too good. And every year that goes by, it gets less okay forever. Because they're going to keep printing artifacts. And so this isn't okay right now. And as we move forward in the future, it will get less and less okay as they print new stuff. And so just kind of an obvious ban. In a sense, it's a little bit kind of similar to Primetime. A little bit. From the perspective of, and I guess Flash, actually. Flash, Primeval Titan, anything else? No, just basically those two. Yeah. Flash and Primetime. Is that they're arguably not okay right now. And the more crazy lands they print, and more crazy creatures they print that have when it dies effects, it just gets less okay over time, so it's probably better to just keep them here, I think. Portal to Phyrexia is a sick tinker target these days. Oh shit, yeah, the one where everybody has to sack 3 creatures and then it reanimates once a turn forever. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. That's not bad, man. That's a pretty good one. You know what I would get with it, though? I would get... What's that black artifact for triple black that lets you cast spells off the top of your library for life? I'd tinker that one out. If we're just gonna single out some artifact off the top of our head, I'd get that one. I mean, that's worth... Yeah, Bolas's Citadel. Oh, gee, I got a treasure token here. Might as well sacrifice an artifact. How about Bolas's Citadel for 3? Necropotence. Oh, artifact. Yeah. Yeah, Necropotence really good. The only reason Necropotence isn't banned is because it's actually not played very much. Surprisingly. In a format where it's legal. But, I don't know, man. Triple black is kind of rough. And you don't get the cards right now. You get them later. And you get them just later enough so that the whole table wants to fucking kill you. And I think just those two things, even though Necro is insanely strong, I think not a lot of people play it, and you don't get the cards until EOT. And so the whole table just kind of gangs you. And whenever you use a card, it is exiled, and that kind of sucks for what you want to do later. I think it seems to be regulating itself, even though it's, of course, power level-wise, probably deserves to be on the ban list. But, again, power level isn't necessarily the reason a lot of this stuff is on here. Or is not on here. If we cared solely, or even if we cared more about power level, then Sol Ring would ban, easy. And, you know, Braids would be off, Araya would be off. All sorts of stuff would tumble off the ban list if we just cared about power. Or even mostly just cared about power. And Sol Ring would get snap banned up here with the rest of the best mana ever printed. And Mana Crypt would also get banned instantly. Right. Are anti-cards legal in EDH? No. The person who made this tier list just didn't put anti-cards on here, that's all. But they go in the obvious ban, that we don't play the game that way anymore thing, right? They're kind of like banned by default. Similar to the dexterity cards, those are also banned by default. Although, Chaos Orb should be unbanned. No question. Snap unbanned. But that's just personal. That's my personal take on it. A while ago, somebody asked what I would ban if I wanted to. Am I the rules committee or am I Heywoah? Because my answers are very different. If you're actually on the rules committee, you have to give a fuck about the state of the game, the philosophy of it. You have to give a shit about the integrity of the game itself. Majority of players, the good of stuff. You have to be really, really, really responsible. And you have to make your decisions slowly and carefully. But if I'm just me, I get to be like, I don't like this. Dockside is too good. You know, I could do whatever, right? But if I was really on the rules committee, I'd have to be a responsible adult in charge of stuff. Although if I was on the rules committee, I would still unban this, this, and this. No question. But I would also try to talk about my philosophy of I don't think it's not okay to cast a 10 mana sorcery, an 8 mana sorcery, and almost kind of sometimes win out of almost kind of nowhere, but not really. To me, I think that's fine, but the rules committee disagrees. And so we would have to have a philosophical discussion about it. But what they don't want is for what happened up until now in the game to just not matter because it's instantly over out of nowhere in a way that doesn't interact with anything. That's what they don't want. Now that's what players do want, and they try as hard as they can to make it happen. Currently the best way to do that is Thoracle, right? Everything that happened up until that point in the game is literally meaningless. You win, right? Even with Craterhoof, you at least need like 3 creatures out or something. At least, right? Or a Coalition Victory, you need your commander out. And it has to stay out when this 8 mana card is resolving. With Biorhythm, you cast it and then you attack with all your guys and you probably win. But maybe not. You're interested in what Heywoah bans? Is Heywoah? Let's see. What do I ban? Out of all the cards, do I even hate any cards? Do I even want anything to ban? I don't ban Dockside, that's for sure. Card's extremely strong. It's the best Dark Ritual ever made for Commander. It's middling, not even... It's very strong in casual play, and way too strong in competitive play. But to me, that's fine. I don't care. You play a guy, you get 5 treasure. Do what you want with it. If the game devolves around stealing the thing, okay. It's the only card keeping red a color, in my opinion, just about. But eventually it'll probably get banned. So yeah. What would I actually ban? I can't think of a card that I would ban. I don't have a Crusade as Heywoah. I like the state of the format right now. I don't want anything banned. I like it. I like all this stuff. I especially like Dockside. Card's fun. Let's see. Isn't there some white creature that everybody hates? Maybe I could ban something and then the people would like me. Could I ban something so that all the people on Twitter and Facebook and local game stores would be like, I like that Heywoah guy on the Rules Council. Because he banned something I don't like. So I'd ban Thassa's Oracle, because everyone hates it, and I'm just banning stuff to try to become liked. So I'll ban Thassa's Oracle, then everyone will like me. And I'll ban... What's that dude? He's like a 1/3 hate bear that stops everyone from being able to even try to cast their commander. What's that guy's... There's a card that does that. I've never seen him played in my life, but perhaps somebody plays him in the world. I don't know. Dranith Magistrate, I think. Yeah, Dranith Magistrate. I'd ban that guy for philosophical reasons, just like Caracas. Just like Caracas. This is a game about playing your commander. You have a card that specifically says you can't play commander in Commander. Get it out for philosophical reasons. And then all the people will like me even more. So what have we done? I banned Thoracle, everyone likes me. I banned Dranith Magistrate, everybody likes me. Have I built up enough goodwill now Do the people think that I'm one of the good ones and the Rules Council is saved? Maybe they won't like me because I'll look down upon them asking for Dockside ban and whisper no. So maybe I need some more goodwill. Cyclonic Rift. Yeah. Probably Cyclonic Rift. Will the people like that, or will they rebel, do you think? Both. They will like that and rebel. Here's what happens. If you are playing in your pod against a blue deck, at some point in the next 2 hours, everything that has happened in the game will cease to matter. And then they will be in a winning position. Guaranteed every time. It's like a video game where there's like 10, 9, 8, there's like a time limit above their head. If there's for every blue deck in a pod, it's only a matter of time before everything that happened in the whole game ceases to matter at instant speed at the end of someone's turn. And then that player is in a hugely winning position that if they don't end up winning from, they fucked up. Or conversely, if they're losing so hard that nothing can save them, this card will save them, and it resets the game instead of has them lose. And then maybe they lose later, but it was a one-stop shop. The whole board state is fixed. Instead of totally losing, I'm okay now. Yeah, if there's 2 blue decks at the table, there are 2 Cyclonic Rifts at the table. And everything in the board except what they have, right? Because it's the best game resetter in the game, by far. Not only is it not a sorcery like all the white ones are, which is why they're bad, it's an instant. End of turn, doesn't even affect their own stuff, all the opponent's stuff instead. There's no way to, unless you have counter spells, you're not playing around it, you're not stopping it from happening. You know there's like Shroud in the game. Ooh, you can't target my stuff. Hexproof. Ooh, I'm gonna protect myself from this thing or that thing. This is indestructible protection from blue. Nope. Nope. Cyclonic Rift. Go away. It's not quite true. You can phase out your permanents. So you could phase stuff out. It's like the one thing you can do. You know, you can Teferi's Protection or phase out all your things. Cop Blue won't do it. It doesn't target. It's too good for that. So yeah, honestly probably Cyclonic Rift. But I mean, it's in all my decks because you can't play without it. It's too insane. I don't think there's anything else kind of close. Yeah, he's a man of the people. And even that, I would just be doing those to make everyone feel good, I think. Would I unban something if I have no responsibility to the, what would you call it? I have no responsibility to the integrity of the format in the game, right? And it's just me unbanning stuff. Now what would I unban? Biorhythm, Coalition Victory, Chaos Orb, Panoptic Mirror, Library of Alexandria, Braids Arayo, Gifts Ungiven, Recurring Nightmare, Prime Time, Raphalos, Emrakul, Sundering Titan Iona, not you, Golos, but only me, only I may play Golos, no one else. Only me. Not you. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, those would be if it's like me, and I don't have to care about the format. Those are my unbans. In other words, like half of the ban list would just get unbanned. And Golos would, but only for me, nobody else. Because we don't want it ruining the format, but I still want to play with it. Because it's the most fun ever. So, there you go. Oh, here's another card. Guy's Cradle, banned. That one's easy. That was such an obvious ban that I didn't even think of it, because it's so obvious. Yeah, Guy's Cradle. Banned in a heartbeat. In fact, it's the first ban that I would make. Faster than Draneth Magistrate, faster than Cyclonic Rift, memeing. Faster than whatever the fuck the other one I banned was, Thoracle. Yeah. I would ban Guy's Cradle easily before Thoracle. A calendar year before Thassa's Oracle. Guy's Cradle. In specifically Commander. In specifically non-CEDH Commander, Gaia's Cradle is arguably just as good as Tolarian Academy, maybe better. In the type of Commander most people play, Cradle's like stronger than Tolarian. Casual tables, each casual player has like 2 artifacts out maybe. Specifically artifact, 2, maybe 3. Right? This is Battlecruiser Magic. Guy's Cradle's insane, like so too good. Yeah. Instant ban. And like into the obvious one, I don't know why this card is legal. It's crazy. So yeah, that would be the first ban, no question. It'd be Guy's Cradle, and then after that, Thassa's Oracle, to get people to like me. Actually, here's an interesting thought. I've seen this change over time a lot. I've watched all of this change. Proxies are now, do you think more people are okay with proxies versus not? Nowadays? Like if you took a poll of the average person, do you think more of them are like fine with proxies than not fine with proxies? Easily yes, 100%. Everyone I know plays with proxies. That's a full reversal. That's a 180 degree diametric opposite from when I was playing. Everyone you know plays with proxies. You knew a guy who hated proxies. He was like, no, you either have the cards or nothing. You think the better the proxy, the more okay people are? And you're like, but why? Damn, that's crazy. It's crazy to live in a world. I mean, we are talking about casual. True. Yeah. We are talking about casual Magic. Because for the majority of my Magic playing career, it's only been tournaments, ever. And so you can't play those, obviously, because they're not real. And so, like, we wrote stuff on cards to test, like, for testing purposes, but, obviously it's kind of different. Maybe I'm seeing this because I've never been part of a casual Magic community before I stopped being competitive and started playing Commander more seriously. Maybe the casual community has always just been writing shit down on cards and not ever buying them. And it didn't change, I just wasn't aware of it. Maybe that's true. Your group allows proxies so long as the cards fit within the power level of the group's style. If you hate proxies, you just don't play any of the other formats. Your first EDH deck you built yourself was full of proxies to try before you bought. Try before you buy makes perfect sense to me, Just Got. That's what I tell people to do with Age of Sigmar, right? You gotta try before you buy. Especially at a game like Magic. Yeesh. The one thing you never understood about people hating on proxies was like, are you seriously expecting me to shuffle a Black Lotus? Or can I write that on an island and show it to you in the slab if needed? I totally understand anti-proxy people. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, that one's easy. I'm just surprised by how ubiquitous the proxy stuff is. What's wrong about trying a deck before you put $200 to $400 into it as a broke college student? Yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense to me. You gotta try before you buy. Imagine buying a Library of Alexandria for $1,300 and you play 10 games with that EDH deck and you draw it 4 times and you have it in your opening hand once and it draws you 2 cards. And you're like, damn, 1,300? And then you like wasted your money. Well, you didn't really waste your money, I guess, because you still have a $1,300 card you could sell, but at the end of the day, you still own a library. Yeah, that's true. I guess the number always goes up, so you're investing. I guess I understand the anti-proxy person, because to me this is all new. We proxied all the time when we were testing for a tournament, and then when it came time to go to the tournament, we would buy the cards because that's what the game is, right? The game is Magic cards, and so you buy Magic cards and you play with them at a tournament, right? And so my experience with proxies is writing shit on basic islands and testing. But I suppose if you're not going to tournaments, because they're conceivably, I guess maybe there's EDH tournaments, but who the fuck cares about those, right? Like if you're not going to play in a tournament, and the tournament was the only thing forcing us to actually buy the cards, then why would you buy cards at all? You know? Like from that standpoint. Now that I'm a casual EDH player, why should I buy cards? Why don't I just proxy every card? Like I got rent, I got groceries to buy. Why am I spending even $1 on Magic cards ever for the rest of history until I die? Like actually no reason, right? I guess maybe somebody might find that a little bit like I'm, what's it called? Not that I'm obliging I'm like taking advantage of people, I think. Or maybe I'm taking advantage of the play group or something. Or it's like other people bought cards and they just didn't have the brilliant idea to draw them, you know? Like it's not stealing because you're not taking anything from anyone. But it's like, damn, you bought cards? What a fucking idiot. Imagine buying cards. Why would you ever buy a card? Maybe this is a slippery slope. I'm not doing a bit. I actually don't know how I think about it. I haven't really considered this until just now, because I've mostly been in like the tournament scene and stuff, where you just, I mean, you bought cards because obviously the people who made the game aren't going to let you play without buying their product, obviously, right? and then proxying stuff to test, like, that's fine. So I haven't really considered it from the super casual player's perspective. The only one thing you don't understand about people hating on... Oh, yeah, the shuffling and Black Lotus thing. It's a good investment. If it's reserve list, yeah. If it's not, it's probably not a good investment. They seem to be reprinting stuff enough so that the price tends to go down, right? Or is that not the case? I haven't kept up too much with it. It seems like they're reprinting stuff a lot more nowadays. But maybe that's not the case. Maybe the price is still high because demand is so high. You hate investor types coming into hobby shit, prices go up. It's an investing game. Half and half. Right? Collectible card game. Half investing, half game. Both probably hate each other, but both have to admit that the game wouldn't exist without both. And then some people do both, right? Sometimes it's more enjoyable to own the real thing. That's true. That is a true statement. It's like the argument is piracy. Is this piracy? I guess. I guess it's piracy. In a way. Well, no, I don't know. I think it's probably not even as bad as piracy, and piracy isn't that bad. It's probably not even as bad. I guess you're getting the mechanics, exactly. Because with piracy, it's like, if you pirate a game, you get that game. You know? You made a perfect copy of it, but, like, you get the game. If you print out a Magic card, you get, like, a shitty version of it, but I suppose the mechanics still work, and that's clearly what you care about, so maybe it's not a shitty version. I don't know. You know, people who pirate everything they can, you're not saying they should. Yeah, I mean, I grew up in the generation where we pirated everything. Literally everything, right? With FTPs and even before torrents existed, and then once they did, you know, and all the rest. I'm from that generation that pirated literally everything, and it was awesome. Burned CDs and shit. It's like 3D printing in AOS. Why wouldn't you do it for cheaper if you could get the same model, basically? Yeah, I suppose maybe that's a good thought, right? What about 3D printing for AOS? Now, a 3D printed version of a model is going to be of inferior quality. Even the really, really good 3D printers, as far as I've seen, are very inferior to Games Workshop models. And if I'm allowed a hot take here, people who don't admit that are on some industrial strength copium. But someday 3D printers will be as good. Probably. Or good enough. As the technology gets better, someday they probably will. But, yeah, man, maybe AOS is a little different. Because in AOS, you care about aesthetics. And in Magic, yeah, people do care about aesthetics. But they don't care enough about aesthetics to pay $60 for a Dockside Extortionist. Maybe... Well, what... I suppose how I feel about it is different than what the solution is. We know the solution. The solution is obvious. We've had the answer to piracy for 29 years. The answer to piracy is make it just as easy to buy something as steal it, and people will buy it. Because the average person really is a good person, and they'll just do it. Because if they like something, they'll probably support it. It's like our Lord and Savior Gaben once said, that piracy is a delivery problem. If people are pirating your stuff, it means your delivery method is shit. Not his words, but... And part of the delivery method is also cost. That's part of a delivery, is the cost of it. And so if the cost is insane, like magic cards, people will find another way. Nature finds a way. Some people think the cost of Age of Sigmar is insane. I don't, but it's probably because I used to play Magic, and still do. And so my understanding of insane prices is simply unrealistic, because I played the least affordable game ever of all time, which is like Legacy and Vintage Magic. A bunch of limited. Yep, or easier. Like you don't know how to pirate AC6, it's probably a headache. You'd rather just buy it. Also, you like FromSoft, yeah. Like I wouldn't pirate Baldur's Gate because I truly feel that they're doing something important, you know? Bucking a trend in the industry. Same thing with From Software. And I like what Age of Sigmar has been doing, and so I'll pay them. And also, I always just play Stonehorns anyway, so I've just played... Alright, I bought some Stonehorns 6 years ago. Still got them. Let's go. Switch hats? Sure. So what's the solution to the problem of a humongous percentage of people just printing out cards because they're too expensive? Well, I don't know how many people... I don't know. Let's say every card was 50% off forever. Would people still use proxies? For sure. In the millions, right? Like I've talked to some people when usually this comes up in reserve list discussions. And you talk to some people and about it, and alright, let's get a feel for how they think, and it naturally gets to a point where you're like, okay, well then how much should cards cost? Nothing. Like $0. Cards should just be free, okay? Or like $1 per card, okay. So this is kind of like a non-starter, I guess. But surely there's some sort of like amount where cards are reasonable for a reasonable person, I guess. You're gonna sell a single one of your commander decks that you never play anymore for store credit and get a Cities of Sigmar army from the new line. Old cards were an investment, that's for sure. Probably still are. I haven't followed the market too much. I think between $1 and $15 is reasonable. Yeah, I do too. What if all cards were like between $1 and $10? And the most expensive card ever was $20. But all those versions were like the shitheel drawn by cancer kids versions that like are ugly as fuck, right? And no one likes them. But they still work. You can technically play with them. So the floor of Magic mechanically is very low. As in like you can never be priced out of mechanics or like game piece quality, right? But you could buy but then they have all the shit that they have now, where it's like Secret Lair, foil, etched, Junji Ito drew it, and then that shit is like whatever the nonsense is, you know? Would that not just lead to people proxying the nice looking versions? If all of them are $1, I don't know. I suppose in my example, in my thought experiment, I suppose there's no reason to purposefully make the art of Magic the Gathering terrible. I suppose there isn't a reason to actively do that, right? One of the main draws of the entire game is that the art is always amazing. The art is so good in Magic. It's a huge draw to people. Like, you look at Yu-Gi-Oh! And the art is fucking embarrassingly bad. It's like a middle school kid drawing in Adobe Illustrator 3.0. It's so embarrassing. And you look at a Magic card and you're like, oh, that was drawn by a human artist. And so we don't want to destroy that. But I don't think... Do you think anything else would work? Okay. You want to play Dockside Extortionist, alright? The normal art version is $5. How high up would it have to jump to the special Secret Lair retro border, like, cool version, the first cool version, so that WotC wouldn't lose $1 billion of market share in one day? Like, how much would the first cool version have to be? Just straight double the cost of the normal version? Like, the first time you double it, and then if you want the cool version and foil, you double it again, and then maybe that's how things work? So it goes like 5, 10, 20? Or does it go like 5, 15, 60? And then there's a numbered, 69 out of 300 etched version, and it's like $1,000 or something. The only possible method is you make cards unprintable like caches. Well, they don't want people, what's the word for it? Counterfeiting them, and they do that, actually. The little hologram on the bottom of the card and various other stuff, like, they don't want people, they don't want people counterfeiting their cards. Proxies are different. Well, actually, they're not different. They're literally the same. Right? No, they're not the same, because counterfeiting intends to sell them as if they were real. And proxying intends to use them for free without paying the person who made them. And so these are different. One of them is a business, and so it's worse. The counterfeiting is a business stealing someone else's IP and counterfeiting their shit and selling it. So that would be worse than just, I want to use your product, but I don't want to pay for it, and so I'm going to make my own. that's a copy of yours, right? But you're not, like, selling them, you're not, you know, doing other stuff. The serial cards are not a good idea for cards that are involved in an actual game. Well, I mean, all the serialized cards are like versions of a card, so that's what makes it fine for me. Like, there are serialized versions of some card. I don't care about the serialized version, so I don't mind. But like some whale does somewhere, right? But if we could stretch the collectible aspect a little more this way, and the game a little more that way, and just stretch it a little bit more. I wonder why they haven't tried to... What do you think about this? You know how everybody says abolish the reserve list? Just reprint the reserve list, or would it, like, break your promise? It's fine, you broke your promise before a whole bunch of times in the past, so who cares, right? Which they did. What if you just ban every reserve list card in all formats? What if they're no longer... you just can't play with reserve list cards. They're just banned. In the whole game. Every format. That's kind of like reprinting them or abolishing the reserve list, in that it would, like, potentially ruin the investment forever, right? The old formats would become, like, super shitty. Yeah, GD Panda, in fairness, you can't play these cards in anything. You can technically play it in Vintage, which is almost not even a format still. And you got some old guys playing 93, 94, and that's it. Actually, we don't have to care about constructed formats, because Wizards doesn't. Just Commander, since Commander is really Magic now. Commander is probably more popular than every other format put together. Maybe. I know it's the most popular format. I dare say it might even be more popular than every other format put together. What if you ban reserve list cards from Commander? How much does that hurt the game, really? In fairness, that impacts such a small portion, it would absolutely destroy any semblance of a secondary market. Yeah, it'd be really bad. But... A lot of secondary markets work on perception and optics, right? But also, demand because it's a game piece is huge. How much is Tolarian Academy? I'm going to TCG Player. Tolarian Academy is... Website's just, like, loading. Are you kidding me? $43. Tolarian Academy is $43. Gaia's Cradle. From the same cycle. Slightly less powerful. I found one that someone dropped into a urinal and their dog chewed on. And it's $500. So it seems like for some cards, it's ancient, important, prestige, limited amounts, and for other cards, the difference between a card in the same cycle that you can't play with and one that you can is a difference of an order of magnitude. It is 10 times for the actual shittiest one. Because all the anti-cards in Alpha Beta are still extremely expensive by comparison. Yeah, I think, well, the reserve list is kind of a magical thing that makes stuff expensive. Or rather, allows it to keep its value. So there is that. Although really, in a lot of this stuff, I have to wonder, why would you want to rock the boat? How many cards in all of Commander does it actually matter that it's on the reserve list? All the dual lands, Gaia's Cradle, some random niche cards that no one plays because they're expensive, like Moat. You know? So you could just leave the reserve list as is forever, and all of your new cards, you just keep printing them until they're cheap, and then come out with really cool, super expensive versions, and maybe the problem just solves itself. There's like 12 incredibly old guys still alive that have one of every duel, and they play with them. But aside from that, it's like, who cares? They're about as good as Ravnica duels anyway. And now you have Triomes, which are actually pretty good. Maybe it's a solution in search of a problem for this reserve list stuff. In the way that most people approach playing Magic the Gathering, which is Commander. And in that format, it's like, damn, I wish I had 3 dual lands for my one deck. But they're really expensive, so I guess I'll play one of 20 different, like, roughly equivalent options. And as long as new chase cards don't stay $60, maybe it's fine. I think we solved Magic's problem, chat. I think we did it. All you have to do is overprint the fuck out of everything that's new, and then keep just blasting super expensive cool versions, and make the super cool versions even more expensive by like twice as much. Like that Junji Ito Shieldred for $60, make it $120. The whales will still pay. But then Dockside's like $20, and it's fine. And then all you're paying, like some new card comes out and it hasn't been printed enough to be really common yet, then what you're paying for when you pay for one of those really expensive new cards is the ability to play it early. And then you know that eventually it'll get reprinted 7 times and it'll be affordable if you want to wait. Maybe that's fine. Also, on the plus side, I got some fucking collector's edition in the closet. And so what you're telling me, Chad, is that the majority of Commander players are cool with proxies. And I got some square border boomer ass proxies in collector's edition that no one has a problem with me playing. Let's fucking go. Big. Sounds good to me. Those used to be expensive at one point. The gold border ones or whatever. No. Now, the gold border ones were the pro player card decks. The pro player ones. They have like the gold signature on them and they're from the Pro Tour. I'm talking about Collector's Edition, which was a box of one of every card from Beta. And they had square corners. And on the back it said Collector's Edition or International Edition, which was the International Collector's Edition. It was like $50. And they were like not Magic cards. You couldn't play with them because they had square corners and they weren't tournament legal. And so they were worth approximately $50 for all of them, or maybe $100 for a decade. More than a decade. And then old school format decided to let people play with them. And so those cards suddenly became desirable for actual play. And they went up in price by 1,000%. And now they're expensive. It's like several $100s for collector's edition duels and moxes and stuff like that nowadays. But for a very long time, they were like worthless. Because back then, nobody wanted to play with fake cards. They wanted the real cards, because that was the game. You want to play the game, you buy the cards. Nowadays, people are like, I don't give a fuck. You can print off anything. Alright. You looked at the CE dual lands and they appear to be like $100+. Yeah. Yep. $100 for a dual land that is not real. What an age we live in. But you can play with it. I got a fucking shoebox of them, so let's go. Let's build some commander decks.